So I guess we're live. All right. What's going on, everybody? Cali Death Podcast. I'm here with Dennis Röndum from Spawn of Possession. We're just getting warmed up. This is a super last minute fun thing that we're doing. It's kind of a special thing today. We're doing an album review for the 10-year anniversary of Incurso, the legendary album by Spawn of Possession. We are super stoked to have Dennis back on the podcast. We love Dennis. What's up, my homie?
Thanks, man. Thank you so much for that introduction, man. It's great to be back. Funny how this got scrambled within an hour or something, but
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah, we were talking about doing like a review for your 10-year anniversary, and we basically started about an hour and a half ago, and we're like, hey, let's just go live and talk about it and do it that way and stuff. And so we got some of the guys coming on here. We're just getting started to be on time with the live stream and all that. So but yeah, man, how's it going over there? It's is it 9 o'clock over in Sweden?
Yeah,
cool. Noon here. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I can. Well, to start it off, I can mention a couple of small things that's going on. Not necessarily with Spawn, but totally related. Just like fucking a half an hour ago, Rob sent me. Well, he sent me a little early, but I listened to a mix for. If you remember, we talked last time about this Begotten thing that I did with Henrik and stuff. So immediately after the last podcast, I got like totally boosted when I talked to you guys about it. So I was like, there was a lot of things have happened since the last podcast that I want to talk to you about. Also, maybe we'll do it today or some other time. But
nice.
Rob sent me this really nice mix with a few small details that I was like, I'm really busy, bro. Like there's so much going on, and he was totally cool about that.
So sick, dude.
Yeah, I think he's listening in. So what's up, Rob? But hey, there's another guy.
There's the professor. He's on now.
Hey, man.
What's up?
Hold
on. Joseph came down last night for my birthday party shindig at my friend's brewery, and he came down from Orange County, and he brought a couple of the guys from his band Dreamer and Christopher Beatty, who did our intro song and everything and stuff. And I had met them before and everything, so they came down and we did like a kind of a just hangout jam session, just and stuff. And they played a few songs and stuff. And dude, it was sick. It's really good. I got some footage. I'm going to post a little bit if they allow me to. But that guy's a crazy guitar player, dude. Christopher Beatty. He's an insane guitar player, dude. I was like, really? Whoa. Oh yeah, dude, just really cool shit. Like these riffs with like hands going over each other and the tap, all that tapping stuff is really cool.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hey.
What's up? Hey, Joseph.
Can we hear you?
Is that Austin?
What's up?
Oh wait, sorry.
It's Dennis.
There's Dennis. What's up, Dennis?
Yeah. Hey, man.
I'm trying to get audio into my headphones, but it's only coming out of my phone speakers.
Yeah. I think you can adjust that. But if you go to the audio settings, you can do the output should be. But
yeah, let's see.
If you go into the bottom settings, then
speaker. I only see a mic option.
Oh, there's no speaker option?
Change output.
Huh. Crazy, man.
Everything else is coming out of my headphones except the StreamYard, but anyway, I can make it work. So yeah man. What's up?
Yeah, it's all good, man. I'm super happy that you joined in.
Can you go the other way? Yeah, there you go. Sweet. So yeah, man, we're just getting started here, everybody. We're impromptu kind of podcast here. We are basically I've been talking to Dennis lately about doing it like an album review for his 10-year anniversary with Incurso for Spawn of Possession, and we were thinking of different ways to do it, and we're like, why don't we just do it like as a podcast, and we've kind of been talking about doing like album reviews for a while, just as like extra stuff and content, and so this is a perfect way to start. I mean, it's like one of our favorite bands, and and so then I was even more excited to just, why don't we just bring Dennis on? Like, it'd be pretty cool. So, and people can ask questions about it, and we can listen to some stuff from it too. We got the album pulled up and everything. So yeah, what do you guys think? Do you want to listen to like the beginning of it a little bit and kind of as like a tribute, or Maybe the first.
Whatever you guys want to do,
Let's
man.
put it on. Yeah, I kind of want to get the mood going here. So we're gonna listen to. Hey, we got some people coming on. Nice. We're gonna start off. We're gonna put on maybe the first song, and then if you feel like saying anything, Dennis, I can turn the volume down and stuff too. You know. But
Cool.
let's get it going. Kind of start off. We got some questions already coming. Nice. So I'm gonna get this audio here. Make sure I do this right.
Yeah, I can say a couple of things about this.
Cool, man. Yeah, I'll turn it down a little bit.
Yeah.
How's that?
Well, first of all, it was one of those bits for me personally that it kind of took me a while to get into, and now it's like probably one of my favorite tracks on the whole album. This whole thing, because it sets up the rest of the album so well, and it has like there's some sort of mood when it starts rolling with the double bass machine.
Right.
That thing is just it has so much anxiety in it or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's really moody, you know. But I was gonna say the drum parts on this is kind of interesting because the other songs that that when we recorded them, Jonas had done like pre-production stuff, and he had basically mapped out the drums and assigned some beats and stuff, and we were like, and he was basically just if you can improve it, you know, for the record. Yeah. And we did, like, we changed it, not changed it like the basic drummings, but added a lot of shit, you know, basically.
Right.
But for this track, I think this was the last thing that Henrik recorded. I think it was the last thing, and we had forgotten it, and he was totally going overboard in terms of schedule. So
right.
There's no time to sort of like, can we do something with this? So those drums in the intro, I'm pretty sure are exactly the way Jonas wrote them.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just took the already finished. That's all the weird kind of sort of splashes without a kick drum and all those stuff. Like just
right.
The way he wrote it, more or less straight up, you know. So that was pretty cool, you know.
It sounds good as it is, man. It's really cool. Oh, we got Alex on here.
What up? On my face. What's up, man?
Hey, how's man. What's up?
You know, living the dream. Let me get framed up here. What's going on?
Nice. What's up, buddy?
Oh, you know, just living, doing chores and shit.
Yeah.
Good to meet you, Dennis.
Huh?
Is that good to meet you, Dennis? Fuck.
Oh, yeah. Same to you, man. It's nice.
Pause this. We'll come back to that in a sec. Yeah. We were just listening to the intro song. We were talking about that. Nice, dude. So we got Alex Basie here as a guest host here. He is in Odious Mortem and also from his band, you know, Ominous Ruin. We had them on last year, I think it was, and we've been friends ever since.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. A year already?
So Anthony couldn't make it. Joel's just in the chat right now. Joel couldn't make it either. But he says, if you can read that. And out of town. Love you, Dennis. And yeah, man. So we are having an, last minute fun, just album review party here. Now we got the professor, we got Alex. Hey, Alex, I think, is there a way you can turn on the like 720 one? I think it's like coming.
720 on the camera?
Yeah, I think the default's like lower. So if you go to like, the settings, I think.
720 is selected.
Oh, it is? Okay. I think it's looking better now. I think we're just getting going. Cool, guys. Well, how's it going? So we're all here now. What's up?
Sick. What's up, Joseph?
Yeah, what up, dude?
Nice. So we were just, fuck yeah, guys. We were just listening to the intro track, from Incurso. How do you say that? Abodement? Yeah. And you were talking about the drums, how Jonas wrote those pretty much exactly as they were recorded.
Yeah, like I said, he wrote like drums for all the tracks. So I think also so that when he was practicing the riffs and stuff, he had something to play along. And I mean, right. Jonas is a very masterful writer in on his own. So he understands a lot of the drums, but when there was some stuff when Henry was going to play it, it was obvious that it wasn't written by a drummer, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
And that pretty, I mean, this is pretty common these days that guitar players write the drum tracks and drummers go in and do it. And some drummers are super comfortable doing that. I mean, I know drummers that actually prefer that. Whereas I was so inspo when I was drumming, I was like, no, that's my job. Like I'll do the drums. And I mean, you could do requests, like you play that beat or whatever, but so this was kind of a collaboration, a different way for this. It's different from the other records that way. But he was like, dudes, if you can like make it better and bigger, whatever it needs. So we went nuts. Like when I say we, I mean Henrik played the whole thing, you know, and I was just throwing ideas at him like, hey man, do this, do that, whatever. And yeah, but that, like I said, like Abodement was, we were so behind in schedule and we were so fried. Like Henrik was a mess. So he was like, don't change anything. I'm just going to play it the way the pre stuff is. So that's, and I think those drums worked beautifully for that intro track. So it was
dude. I think a cool mix of that is rad actually too. You know, like I mean, because, you know, from Decrepit Birth, like obviously Matt, well, I don't know if obviously, I mean, people know this, but he writes all the drums for all the songs, you know. But he would like let me change stuff, and I'm not sure how. I'm actually, I know he same with Tim, but like On in Time Begins and stuff, and like I remember learning a lot of those things and just being like, whoa, that part like these weird little things that I was like, I would have never written that or thought of that, but I love it. Like it's so just like trippy, and so it's almost like on that intro, like how the snare goes, and how the snare beat is in that intro song. It kind of reminds me of that. Like it's like how like somebody else would think, and I think as a drummer, as long as you're thinking like, oh, that's cool, like I see what I'm doing there, like it's really useful too, you know. Because sometimes drummers can get into like a box also, you know.
Totally.
And they're just like kind of playing that same groove, and then it's like kind of cool to like, oh, weird, you go, okay, you know. So
you know?
But yeah, man. So you guys so this was released in 2012, right? Obviously 10 years.
Yeah, I guess so.
And that would be, if my math serves me right. And so did you guys record it like that year or like in 2011, or how was the recording process on that? I know we touched on it a while back, but
honestly, I could have checked into this, but I didn't have much time before the podcast. I'm not sure really when we started recording this thing, but it went pretty quick. I mean, it was when was this released? In March 2012?
Yeah, I think it was like the 13th or 14th.
Yeah. So that means we recorded in the summer. No, 2011. We recorded in the summer.
Usually it's that makes sense. Yeah.
That's right. Totally. I think we started in the spring with the drums, and we went over schedule. So I'm going to give you a little trivia. We went over schedule with the drums. I don't think anybody has talked about this. We went over schedule. There was a few songs that we had to pause the entire recording, the drum session, actually, because the producer was having his vacation, or maybe there was another band coming in just for a week and doing something that was planned. So we took the drum kit and broke it down in big chunks and took pictures of the entire thing with all the mics, all the setups. He took like pictures of his board, made notes. We did this whole thing, and we put everything in storage in the studio, and came back after a week or 2 weeks or something, set it all up again with the mics, the same mics at the same spots, like did the whole thing over again. There was a lot of microphones on that drum kit. I remember it was pretty big, and tried to recreate the sound that we had on the other songs. But when I listen to the record, I can totally hear, because the snare drum, it was just impossible, because obviously it's wood and organic, and the heads kind of, you know what I mean, when you
dude.
So we did our best, like really, we sat for almost a day trying to recreate it. But there's some tracks on there that drums are, if you know it, you will totally hear it. It's like, well, it has a totally different ring to it. But so far, I haven't heard anybody comment on it. So, and I don't see
never heard that. Yeah.
this happens
Amazing.
all the time, you know, but it's just kind of a fun thing. So there's a couple of tracks on there with slightly different drum sound, actually.
That's cool. I didn't hear it. That's
I was gonna
insane.
say that's crazy because it's like that's kind of what I hold to like the standard of drum sounds. Honestly, that album, because everything sounds so real and natural, but like still brutal and aggressive. That I think
Cool.
that's still what
Yeah.
I try to go for in some of our mixes, obviously. But
Oh,
I would have never guessed that you would have had to do that.
No,
It sounds exactly.
yeah, you
Yeah.
see,
Yeah.
like, but then again, I mean, there's records. I remember years and years ago. I remember we were listening to, I think it was Dismember, and this is like early '90s or something. They had a new album out, and we thought it was so funny because you could hear that they put on brand new strings, and you could hear between the songs how the strings started to lose the tone, but I guess they couldn't afford new strings. It's kind
Oh,
of
man.
some bands, I forget what this a super example of like the vocals, like on the first tracks, it's like so brutal and so aggressive. You can hear it sort of starts to fade. So by the end, because I guess they were recorded the way it would be, the songs would be released. So
Right.
by the end, they sound like a crow dying or something. You know, if you compare it, it's yeah, but that's fun about that's what's fun about it too, man.
Yeah, it's unique studio magic,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Just play with dead strings the entire time. We don't
Yeah.
change. And it never
Yeah.
changes.
We're getting some comments. And can you see that, Dennis? I think it's a little small on your phone, right?
No, it's okay.
You can read it because there's some really cool comments coming in. People are stoked. Everyone's saying hi.
Oh, thank you, Justin. That's awesome. Yeah.
Justin's the homie. He's come out to see me play last year, and he just sent me some riffs he wrote. He's a fucking awesome guitarist. So what up, Justin? Good to see you, man.
Yeah.
And yeah, he talks about the orchestral elements. Definitely, I think they're most obvious on the final song, Apparition, and that was going to be one of the things I brought up today. I feel like that inspired an entire new wave of tech deaf bands to do what you guys were doing on that track and explore that area, that territory.
It's so bizarre. I'm gonna be very honest about that because I just remember I heard like Jonas had put it in he had written all the orchestral bits and everything, and at the time I thought it was super cool idea, and I'm sure we talked about like doing a whole album like that at the time, but I in my mind it was like I didn't look at it like it was a new thing. Not that I knew other bands that did it. It's just like someone thought about this before. You know, I was like, yeah, whatever. Like Yngwie play with a symphony. It's like, but it works for Spawn, and I'm super happy about it, and it's going to be cool. And I can tell you, like, I remember when the song was recorded, and we actually took. Jonas had all the files. He had written everything, and he said we decided to send him to like a real professional a dude here in Sweden who writes for television and I think movies and commercials and stuff, like orchestral things. And he took that thing and mixed it without the death metal stuff, just the classical stuff, I think, as far as I remember it. But the thing he said was, you are not going to get any separate files back. You're going to get it in like one big piece. And that was scary because that meant that when we were going to mix it into the music, we couldn't like, oh, get the, you know, horns up here and the violin down or whatever it was. We couldn't do anything with it. Once it was set, it was locked in. We had to go with that mix because if you wanted to raise that orchestral part of it, you would have to raise everything. You couldn't just do an individual thing once it was mixed down to one file. So that was a scary moment when we got it. So we sat in the studio, and I just remember he was like, he put it on just with just the orchestral stuff, like in the studio speakers, like really loud. And I just remember, again, one of those moments, like the hair was standing up on my back. It was like, whoa. And we were just smiling. This is insane. So here's the scary thing. Now we got to put it together with the song. And I just remember it worked beautifully. I was so like impressed, and Jonas, everybody was just happy. Like, whoa, this really works. Because we were scared, like, oh man, if we have. I mean, I'm sure we tweaked it a little bit. The producer worked on a little bit here and there. I'm sure he did, but but overall it worked. And then of course when the album got out, that was the song that got the most attention. Almost immediately everybody started talking about that orchestral stuff, but we didn't really like talk very much about it. It was like Jonas wrote it and let's do it. It sounds killer. And that was basically like a song like anyone else, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think the influence is really obvious on like California tech death bands. I think Inanimate Existence really started putting orchestral stuff in the next one that came out after that. And then the band Symbolic has been doing a lot of that as well lately. So I can point to like particular albums by particular bands where it's really just taking kind of the apparition concept and pushing it. And I'll even say it's gotten to the point where it's almost like a trope in tech death to be like, oh, they're like one of those orchestra tech death bands. And so of course with any kind of new idea, there's the chance of getting kind of locked into doing it. But I think it really is still one of the more exciting areas to go, because I mean, either that or you go OSDM, which is like avoiding some of that and anything new. I think it's still one of the more exciting places to explore. And then it doesn't have to be orchestra. A lot of bands are adding like synth sounds and any, pads. I think it's one of the cool things to do, make use of the modern studio environment.
Totally. Yeah, totally. I think we talked a little bit about that last time. I totally agree. And I also remember, and when I first heard the S&M, remember that? When that one came out, Metallica, and it was, I believe it was Michael Kamen. He's I think he played with Pink Floyd, and then he wrote a bunch of really cool action scores for like Hollywood films. Like I think he wrote like Die Hard and stuff. And I remember I thought to myself, like when I was going to listen to that one, I thought, well, he's just going to be an extension of the riffs. So, and because at the time we all listen to classical music, so I thought I'm not going to be very surprised about this. It's just going to be naturally, but he really went avant-garde on some bits there. I was super happy about that. I thought, like, whoa, what's going on here? Like he did this really, like in Call of Cthulhu, I think he wrote some really cool stuff on that one. I was just, whoa. And I think, and Jonas, I think, did the same. I mean, totally independent of that, but he did this stuff on, in that orchestral bit, in that orchestral track that is totally has a life on its own. It's not like an extension of just the music. It's like really has its own organic thing going on. If you want to look at it as in the background or it's in the foreground, it's up to you as a listener, I think, because the mix is pretty, even in a way, and it works really, really well. It has it also, obviously, when you add a bunch of layers to a song like that, I mean, God, you can listen to it forever and find new stuff all the time.
Yeah, totally.
Also, go ahead, dude.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I mean, I think that it's just that it goes with any kind of, I guess, metal these days, is that a lot of things can be sort of copy paste. That it gets a little hard to hear that over and over again, if that's what you were mentioning before, Joseph. It's like it's kind of a lot happening in the same realm. That but it's nice to know, like, when you take the time to actually make it its own sort of entity, like what Incurso kind of did. I think you have more respect for it than just the one-offs. Like I'll admit, I have a song that has like one orchestral part on our entire album, and like I feel like we bit off of it a little bit. I don't know. Sometimes it's just go for it, make it sound sick, or it's just kind of not worth it. I don't know. Yeah.
But then again, I mean, a lot of it, I can't speak for Jonas's sort of creative process.
Yeah.
You know how it is. It's also the journey. It's like you have a certain an idea, and like basically never you going to complete that idea because you went off on a tangent. You sort of trail on and you find different ways, and all of a sudden then you end up with something different. And sometimes even I know in Spawn, like sometimes we were like, we're not sure, what is this? Like we weren't sure. Like, is this good? Is it bad? Like, does it feel good? Yeah, it feels good, man. I don't know if it sounds good. It's like roll it out, put it out there, see what happens, and then obviously it grows on you when you play it and stuff. But it's also that, like, I'm sure Jonas was quite experimental when he worked on this.
Yeah.
He has that sort of musical ability that, you know, I think he's a sort of feeling kind of guy when he is writing and playing. So when he's writing, he's sort of like, oh, wait a minute. Like he knows, like, okay, this thing, what about this thing? Okay, here we go. And he can find ways. It's just organically, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Like, yeah. So it's always been very honest. It's always been like, that's just me. Here you go. It's like that, you know.
Yeah, and you find a lot of bands that honest is like the right term, I think, that aren't kind of like honest or true. They kind of just, yeah, maybe whether it's earlier in their career and they still haven't kind of figured out their own writing style yet or whatever it may be, right? But Incurso definitely set that path for sure.
Yeah.
I used to wake up to the Aberration, like when that album came out. That was, you know, you had like you could actually for the first time set your alarm on Android phones back then, or I guess they were Android, right? I think back then, whatever it was. Yeah, I remember putting like that album came out and I was like, holy shit! And then I was like, I'm gonna wake up to this like a vampire, like years straight. It was awesome.
That's
Nice.
rad.
All right. There's a lot of cool questions coming in here. Joseph, I don't know if you've asked some of them already, but
I think
Mortar Raptor is another one for sure that takes a lot of influence. Our homie Ben, yeah.
Oh,
I was oh, sorry.
what is that in here, Matt?
More than Rapture. There's another band that we share a studio with too. I think they're on the Artisan era as well. Yeah, our friend Ben. You could definitely hear like a lot of the melodic influence from them. But he's crazy. He's a super rooper.
Yeah, they're sick. There's a question from Ricky, the homie who, Casey, you'll remember meeting him last night.
who's that?
And
No, I'm just joking, dude. That
yeah,
was super
right.
fun. Shredding the bongo drums during Dreamer. That's so good.
Yeah,
I was like, got my first Dreamer. Oh, it was the best, dude. The best birthday present ever was Dreamer's first show or whatever. Wasn't it your first live thing?
I guess.
Kinda?
Yeah. I
Something
mean,
like that.
it's getting towards a show. I don't know if it was a show, but we came and we played. That's true. So anyway, Ricky asked, why are the lyrics to The Evangelist the sickest lyrics? And this is definitely one of the other highlights of the album that I wanted to bring up myself. And I'm wondering if you wrote that, Dennis. And those are definitely like the creepiest. They give me that like real sense of like human evil, like, and it's just, I don't know, like I really think it's like the song that brings that out more than any other song I can think of. So
yeah. I think that most of like Spawn, like when you're dealing with we had like always had, I guess, religious connotations in other lyrics, like, and it's never been like deicide like that. It's more like the possession stuff and all that stuff. But it's always been about that, like possession and demons and shit like that, which for, I guess, most people, it's, you know, it's like, yeah, you know, it's like a not so serious, you know, to most people.
Yeah, totally.
I can tell you the story about Evangelist was basically that in the studio, I was running out of ideas, and I actually because this lyric was going to be for Apparition, but I for some reason I mixed those two songs up because they were two long songs and I had just like heard them, and I hadn't heard the orchestral part, I don't think. So I mixed it up. So it became the Evangelist track, and I went to Jonas and said, dude, I'm out of ideas. Like, I don't know what to write. And Jonas thought I was talking about Aberration. And he said to me, he said, dude, when I wrote that song, I was in such a dark place. Like it was so dark. I felt shitty. So go as dark as you possibly can. Like no holds barred. Just go fucking crazy with it. And I remember telling him, like, I can go pretty dark, dude. And he was like, go for it. Fucking do it. Okay, so I was thinking to myself, like, okay, what is like the darkest shit like ever? And I had just, well, not just, but not too long ago, before that, I had read this article about the Catholic Church and all that shit that went down. You know, there was some reporters. There's a movie on it and stuff, and it went all the way up to the Pope, and it was a big thing. You know, I'm a big Christopher Hitchens fan, and he was talking about it, like railing it. And so I was like, should I go there, man? I don't know, like, because it's like I said, we're talking about spirits and shit, and now we're dealing with something very real. So I was like, everybody went to bed one night. I was like, fuck it, you know, I'm just gonna see where this goes. And I sat up all night and wrote that lyric in the studio. And I came down in the morning. We started at 8 o'clock, so I hadn't slept. And it was like, okay, let's do it. And I remember I made a couple of copies of it because I wrote it on my laptop, and I gave it to Jonas, and I gave it to like the producer, and I think Henrik was there, and they just looked at me like, dude, no. And Jonas took it, and he was like, perfect, that's the one, like perfect. So I went in and started recording it, and this is kind of funny. I started recording it. We've been recording for a little while and stuff, and then the producer said, we're taking a break. And because I couldn't see, I think I was in like a dry room at the time, this little square box. and so I couldn't see the control room. And he said, let's take a 5-minute break. And I came out, and he goes, well, we got a visitor. And there was this young girl. She was like 17, 18, maybe. She was an intern. She wanted to be a producer or something. And she was sitting by the console reading the lyric.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And I was like, hey, what's up? And she just looked, she didn't say hello or anything. And she just looked at me like, her eyes was saying like, did you fucking write this? And it became so absurd, right? And I hadn't slept, so I was just like goofing and laughing about it, which is even more disturbing. You know what I mean? So it was kind of a sick moment. But later,
Hilarious.
She I guess she realized pretty quick that it's like, yeah, we're dealing with an extreme topic because we, fucking hate that stuff or whatever. And so she actually came in next day and was like part of the whole thing. And she actually she sent the credits on the record because we were so preoccupied with everything, with the mix, with this, with that. So I recorded some song when she handled the rec stuff, and she actually helped out. Like we had a bunch of interns working with, we cut some when you cut the toms, like to take away like noise between them. I mean, not edit, but you know what I mean. Like, so we had
gate them out.
we had a couple of interns help us out with that, so that was pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, that lyric, I also consciously, I thought about, because I'm like a movie guy, I love movies and shit, and it's an old classic thing that the less you see, the scarier it gets. So in the lyric, there are like things that, and I think that's the most disturbing part. It's really, I cringe when I read it myself. It's like, lines like, instead of playing with a dolly, I had to play with him. Just that line alone is pretty fucking disturbing if you think about it. I mean, if you go read like "I Come Blood" by Cannibal, it's disturbing, but it's more like, you know what I mean? Yeah. But when you're a little like, I can still taste his salty, veiny skin. That's fucking disturbing. And I just went for it because Jonas said like, go dark, and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go dark.
Same.
And it was, not that there's, I mean, no Christian is gonna read this and go like, oh my God. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm
sure there's a few, but
yeah, it's just one of those things that, and I think, Joseph, talking about your reaction, that's why I think the lyric, pretty, in just terms of a lyric, I'm pretty proud of it actually, because it evokes that emotion in people. People react, even I do, and like I said, I had to think about like, do I want to touch this, man? It's kind of like dark, and even, I mean, there's bands who write gore stuff. I couldn't have dealt with it in a like a fun, gory way. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, of course.
Bands does that, and it's not like I want to like censor anybody. Like, go for it, do whatever you want. But just for myself, if I'm gonna touch on that, I'm gonna fucking be serious about it, or at least a little bit. but the stories, I've actually had people writing me and asking, like, did that happen to you? And I was like, no. It's like, for the record, it's all made up. It's just
Right.
Yeah.
I sat up reading reports and reading shit like that. You know what I mean? So yeah, but it is a good song.
I know it's a part of our shared human reality that this stuff goes on. And then I don't know. I mean, some people would want to just not talk about it and just kind of maybe hide from it psychically or just avoid the news about it. But I think there's like an honesty to just, making it part of your art and going to that dark place. And I don't know what it means to have written about it. If it means like, oh, now we can talk about it more openly or something. Like, I don't know if it's like opening any conversations or anything, but I feel like it is cathartic to have an avenue of like, okay, that is kind of like not off limits or whatever. Like we can somehow be more honest about our reality because, artists are talking about it.
Well, I think it's a good comparison also how people compare music to movies and stuff, and it's like horror movies and that kind of thing, and like Twin Peaks and crazy shit. I mean, there's just subject matter in certain shows that is real stuff, and like that's just, it's art. So it's like music's gonna do similar things, so that's not like just because you're talking about something bad means you're associated with that. You're actually making this really intelligent, like, it's art. You're explaining human condition, like
and around that time and onward, I gotta say, I became very interested in like human psychology and stuff like that, and it is that like the thing you said about movies and with Spawn, musically and lyrically, like there's never been any, like we've never said like, oh, we can't do that. Like we've never had that thing. I spoon fed myself like South Park and Chappelle and fucking Monty Python and these people who they don't hold back on anything. Like if they want to make a joke, they're gonna make a joke. Like they don't care if they step on anybody's toes. And it's basically the same thing because in some weird way, that's what attracted at least me to extreme music and metal in general, was that it was sort of like a scary and forbidden, all that stuff. And that was part of the cool thing. Even before I started understanding the greatness of the music, the whole image of it was quite seductive. So, or seductive. I think that we have never said like, oh, we can't write a song about this or anything. And I actually, there was I won't go in deep into it, but there was actually another subject matter that came on, a completely different one that we actually, we said, well, maybe for another record, we have enough on this one. That's also very touchy. There's a few things out there that are just like scary that people don't want to talk about. They don't want to bring it up. And whether it's, in art or like in music or movies or comedy or whatever. And especially today, I mean, it's a bit polarized around those things. But my general thought on everything is just like, if you want to write something and you should go for it, man. You should just do it. And I wasn't looking to create some sort of debate. I've always had like without any form of comparison, but like a Lovecraft kind of way of thinking, or a Stephen King way of thinking. Like if I have a subject and I can write a fun, exciting, cool lyric or whatever, I don't think too much about. It's like first comes the art and then comes the morale. That's sort of how I think about it. And I think we've always been like that with the music. It's like, fuck it, what's up today? Like, so. Yeah. But that was the only lyric that I ever had to actually think about, to be very, honest about it. I was like thinking like, do I want to touch this? But I was like, yeah, he told me dark. I'm gonna go dark. Perfect. So there's the lyric, man. And
nice.
Yeah.
I just like to.
That's great.
Go ahead, dude. I like to give a quick shout out to. It looks like we got Ragnar from Ophidian Eye, the drummer.
Yeah.
And from Iceland. And dude, we were just talking about you last night, man, at my party thing. We were talking about Ophidian Eye and all these bands like later on, like that kind of came influenced from Spawn, Necrophagus, and that when that stuff was like the craziest shit at the time. And then now bands like Ominous Ruin, we were talking about last night a bunch, and Ophidian Eye, and many others. There's so many great bands out right now. There's so many, dude, and Dreamer, and dude, so many. But like, man, it's cool that he's on here. I have a huge amount of respect for you, dude, and that's sick that he's stoked to watch this, and he obviously likes Spawn a lot. And
he's fucking incredible on the drums, man.
Dude, yeah, insane.
Yeah, Ragnar's rad.
I'm like, what? Really? Like, he's crazy.
Yeah, we're friends with John too, the singer. He lives in San Diego, actually, so he's the only one I think in the States. But he came to David's birthday thing 2 weeks ago, so we hung out. He's out of town this weekend, but love those guys, man. But dude, this is really fun.
I was before you go, Joseph, do you mind if I check my my messenger just to see if I threw out a couple of
dude,
invitations before?
Go for it, man. It's all good. Do your thing, dude. No worries. I'm gonna play a little bit of the score of the album for a second, dude.
Sure.
This will be kind of fun. So I'm gonna share. Let's see here. The easiest way is to do that. So we were here. You're gonna say something, Joseph? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have to actually dip in about 5 minutes.
No worries, man.
I just want to get my last comment out. Which is Servitude of Souls sounds like a cabinet song that made it onto Incurso. It's like the short, catchy, sick one.
This one?
Yeah.
For sure, I know what you mean. So good. God damn. Yeah, I can see that for sure.
Yeah.
Do you have any? Go ahead. Go ahead, dude.
My final comment before I dip off is I remember the homies going fucking nuts when the demo to this album came out with Chalky on vocals, and just that was like a huge thing, like Christian and Chalky in the band. And of course, Chalky didn't actually record the final album, but we were just like all so like the next Spawn album is going to be the sickest thing ever. And I think it was eventually realized even without that lineup. And so I just have fond memories of like that excitement you get when you're like 20 years old, your favorite band is going to come out with a new album. And I just have a lot of nostalgia for that period. So that was my last comment to make.
That means much.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Joey.
I wish I could hang out longer, Dennis. Great to see you and Alex and Casey, but I gotta go right now. I hope you guys have fun hanging out for a little longer.
Cool, man. Yeah, good to see you last night too.
All right, man. Later, guys.
Man. Later. Yeah. Ooh, that's a good solo.
I know. I was just thinking that.
Go quick. I gotta hear it.
I think rated Dennis. I think Dennis might be rated. Okay,
sorry.
No,
there you go.
I said we should have had the whole fucking band on, so because I can only relate first to the vocals and to some extent the drums. But if you start the track again and listen to like the four first lines of it, I'm totally like doing a little homage to Luke LeMay in the old days of Gorguts.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Very much like his vocal style. So I always loved Gorguts. I think they're fucking incredible.
Yeah, super unique.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. Gorguts is one of the best, man. Considered dead, and all the
always
stuff after that.
When they put a record out, it sounds completely different than the last one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Well, somehow still sounding the same. It's the guitar riff style.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Fucking love Gorguts. That's one of all times. Oh shit.
Oh, dude, yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, dude. So we got more questions in here. Maybe we should answer some more of these rad questions. I know Joseph caught on Ricky's question there. So we got, let's see here. I think Did we answer this one? You see this one here? It says those riffs have a very different rhythm compared to the previous albums. What were the music concepts that inspired that type of rhythmic direction?
I couldn't say, man. Like I wasn't part of any of the writing on this one. It's kind of, I wish I was, but it's just like Jonas was in his own bubble.
Oh, gotcha, right, yeah.
Erlen was also involved, I think, and I think Jonas was shooting, riffs and stuff, but I'm not sure. I'm sure we talked about a lot of stuff on tour and stuff when we hang out, but usually there's a lot of beers involved, so I can't really remember, what, that's usually how it goes.
Yeah, for sure.
But Jonas has always been interested not only in like melodies and shredding and all that, he's always interested in like rhythmics and all kinds of stuff when he plays, like to mix it up, to do something. And a friend we used to play with years ago always said that the funny thing about Jonas Pristling's riffing is that he never used the same formula twice. He always goes down a very uncomfortable way. It was a bass player, he said, because every time he had a new riff, it was like, dude, this is so uncomfortable. And because Jonas never took the easy way, you know what I mean? He had an idea of the riff and he went completely different than the last one. And, I think that there's some truth to that and that contributes to the music too,
Yeah,
So,
I would definitely say that after trying to learn a couple songs that I would agree with that. It's not as easy because as you get older and whatever, you get in your own pocket, right? And then trying to break out of it gets a little bit harder. So there were riffs that I'm like, how the fuck does this even make sense? This doesn't sound like what he played, but that's how it's written there. So but that's also his unique ass style. Are there tabs available for Incurso? I don't know if I've ever actually looked for official tabs.
I don't know if he has put them out. Like years ago, like around Noctambulant, we talked about like Jonas wanted to do like real tab books.
Yeah.
He's kind of old school like that. A lot of the tab books that that I remember I got like Justice for All back I guess early 90s, and that fucking book, there was a lot of stuff that wasn't right.
Oh yeah.
There's a dude on YouTube breaking down those tab books, and they totally they're wrong, and when you're not that old, not that experienced with an instrument, I was like, it didn't make no sense to me. But Jonas wanted to handle those duties himself for the Spawn, and then we would have like a glossy cover and everything. We were talking about that.
Like the official ones, yeah.
Yeah, like real official that he signed off on.
Dude, I bet you guys could sell a lot. I mean, not like it's all about selling them. I just mean, I bet a lot of people would want that, dude. Like, holy, that'd be so sick. Dude.
I'm one. I'd be there.
Yeah.
That would be cool to do, actually. Yeah. Like we haven't talked about that in a while. Maybe
I feel like a lot of bands could do that. Like it's like all the new bands are coming out, like doing that, like a Legion's new stuff, and it looks so sick, like all the tab books, and it's like also you can do the digital, and it's just everyone's doing it. I think it's really cool. And like it's like, well, there's a lot of bands that could retroactively do that too, right? Like I'd buy like a Deicide Legion tab book. Like, it'd be fun, dude. Like it comes with guitar profiles, you're like, oh, sick.
I think that's the deal now, right? A lot of them come with guitar profiles.
Oh, do they really? Oh, sick.
Well, we have too. I mean, we don't have anything for sale, but like, because we write everything in Guitar Pro anyways. So it's like, put those out too. It's easier.
Dude, imagine Deicide Legion in Guitar Pro.
I'm sure somebody's tabbed it. There's
it's gotta be so hard to make it sound right. That it's like,
yeah, for sure.
How would you do that? Like, because it's so just.
I know something about Deicide. That's my favorite Deicide album.
It's gnarly, yeah.
And I noticed something that, man, they push those downstrokes on the chords and stuff. Have you noticed that? Like that's part of their sound. And there's a dude playing Perfection on YouTube. Have you seen that? He seems to have gotten pretty right, but it's not like super clear HD, but it's still work. And dude, like he does the downstroke all the way, and he captures the sound pretty much, and it's like going constantly by like the 90s standard. I mean, today it's everything has been stepped up, you know.
Everything's a lot more clear now for sure.
Yeah.
But that's kind of weird how that sound, that era, like it was more guesswork than anything. Like, is he playing it like this, or is this how he does it? It's so weird how like those little details kind of.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sure they didn't think twice. Yeah.
Yeah, and remember the last time I was on, I remember I talked about that Morbid Angel show we saw when they toured for Covenant, and we didn't realize what when we listened to the album, we didn't realize what they were doing.
Right.
And we were seeing, like, you know, Eric Rutan and Trey, like totally, like the chords were just smearing around on the guitars. We're like, whoa, what the fuck is this?
Yeah. Right.
The bass drums going. You couldn't see anything. You couldn't see the hammers. You couldn't see anything. It was just like, it was such a defining moment, you know. There was we went to plenty of shows. Just like we went to see Cannibal Corpse in '96 when they were touring for Vile. When the Corpse Grind had just joined.
The album. Yeah.
I remember Immolation was opening. And for some reason, Intermission was one of those bands that we hadn't checked out on the list of more sound bands. And I remember we were watching those guys, and they were like tearing it up, like, dude. Yeah. So we got to talk to them after the shows. Like, it blew us away. Like, dude, we're sick. Like really nice guys and everything, and put on a great show. And Cannibal was obviously, we were standing right in front of Alex Webb. So it was the first time, and he shredded on the bass. It's just like, fuck, this is. We got to step it up. Every time we went to a show like that, it was like, man, we got to practice.
Oh, yeah, dude.
It's such a hurtful yet awesome experience. Like,
yeah.
But those are defining moments for, I think, all of us, and I think the metal scene. Everyone loves to have that experience of just like, holy shit, these guys are sick.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
It's like, when you see a band like that's when you see them, you get it from this whole nother perspective. You're like, oh, okay. Yeah. Right. Like I'm pretty stoked. I'm like, I guess I've seen a lot of the bigger bands. Like, you know, I've seen Cannibal, I've seen Deicide, I've seen Morbid Angel, and obviously Suffo, and then I haven't seen Immolation though. I got to see that. But yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, it's like when you've just been to a Deicide show and like you got like the Hoffman brothers like spiked boots like right in your face, like, and just Glenn Benton up there, and like it's just like the vibe of it. So like you got to experience it, man. It's like Deicide's so they're like, I think they're just like the most gnarly, evil death metal band ever. Like, kind of, you know.
So in some regards, to me, like they're one of the most brutal bands.
Yeah.
They still are. I still put on Legion.
I love Deicide, dude, so much.
I get so gassed when I listen to that record. It's like, and to this day, I mean, been playing Spawn for so many years, like doing those records and everything. There's still things on the first Deicide that I can't figure out. Like, I can't. In my head, like, what the fuck, like, you know, and then it just blasts up and, like, you know, replicate the agitator or something, and it's like,
oh yeah, dude.
Yeah. And I just love that stuff. You know, it still holds that standard.
Yeah, that like aggression, that's weird, like kind of make it work kind of mentality, not like to a perfect click kind of thing, you know.
And I remember back then, I heard. There was some videotape of some part, because when we had parts, like we had videotapes, and there was like interviews and stuff from MTV and videos and shit. So we'd put that in and just get fucked up, you know. There was one where they actually, someone called Scott Burns in Morristown while they were recording Legion, and they asked him, like, so how's the new Deicide album coming? And he was just chuckled and said, like, oh, we're going for totally evil sound on this one. Like, not mentioning it's so tight or it's so fast or anything. He just said, like, oh, we're going for, it's going to be something like totally evil. And if you listen to that, next time you guys listen to it, something I always thought about is that the hi-hat, it sounds like a pile of rattling chains. Listen, think about that next time you listen to it. It sounds like a bunch of chains just rattling around.
I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, but I love the vocals, and the vocals on that album. inspired me throughout all the Spawn albums, for sure. The arrangements, the doubling with the screamer and everything.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, he kind of really, I mean, the other guys were doing that, but yeah, Glenn Benton's really the one who really kind of, to me, it seems like got that double high, low, evil, like,
Yeah.
Didn't he used to like tell people like jokingly in interviews, like they'd be like, how do you do that double voice thing? And he's like, it's because I'm possessed, man.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta go and get possessed and then you can do it.
Yeah.
It's the only way.
Glenn. Yeah.
Something like that. I don't know.
It's funny too, like you could at first listening, you could like, oh man, it's so brutal. But when you actually listen to, especially on Legion, I keep going back to that, like that's really like to me, that's very intelligent vocal patterns.
Oh yeah.
Peaceful, and his rhyming, and he's just really clever in the way he wrote those lyrics.
That's a good point, especially to such a technical album. You know, it's like he comes in, he's like, all right, this stuff's like, this is like the most technical Deicide. You know, it's super like crazy timings and stuff. And didn't the drummer write a lot of that? Actually, I think Steve Asheen like wrote most of that or something. I don't know. Rumors. I don't know if it's true.
I've always heard he writes a lot for Deicide.
Yeah, sick. Fuck yeah, he's awesome. Yeah, and so, yeah, I mean, dude, to like take songs that are that technical and like hard to count and like just crazy, and then put such like catchy and brutal, like perfectly, like you're right, like every lyric or every vocal pattern, that entire album is like perfect.
Yeah.
It's like
totally agree. It's
ridiculous.
There's like, it's just right in your face, and there's, it's funny, like, no. And what's interesting about Deicide is like at that time, and it started coming, and we certainly did it with Spawn. Their band started throwing in like a slow song somewhere on the album, like or a mid song, or it's certainly in Sweden it was always like an acoustic track.
Right.
And how many bands that did a fucking like did like the sad sort of like, hey girl.
Hey girl.
They never did that like on Legion. I don't know if like the later records, I'm not too familiar with those, but Legion,
there's not too many Hey Girl riffs on Legion, I think.
Or in general.
Yeah, and just fucking, and it's funny too in that band pics on the back when they stand in front of that burned house.
Yeah.
And one of the brothers have an inverted cross, and he has moved it to the side so it was showing the camera. If you look at that picture, it's kind of funny. He has moved it, so obvious he has moved it, because or else it would have been, you know, behind the head of the guy in front of him or something.
Oh, really? He moved it to crossover to upside down. Dude, that's so dude, Dennis, you got all these Easter eggs, dude.
I know, really.
Just write all this down. This is so funny, dude.
Another picture that Jonas had on his wall of Deicide from way old, like in Amon days, like a small poster. And wait a minute, maybe it's from the first Deicide. I'm not sure, but anyway, on that one, Glenn Benton is standing in the front, and he's holding his hands like this, like bent like that.
Yeah. And it's talking about
His interpretation of that was, see, no holes. I don't do any drugs. I'm just fucking insane.
Oh, really?
Yeah, pretty cool.
Oh, that was. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. That's awesome. Dude.
That'll be not what I expected.
Drugs, fucking crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As opposed to like Bethlehem, when they're like, yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, this is cool. So this is Ragnar here from Ophidian Eye. Killer band. Wouldn't exist without Spawn. That's sick, man. Yeah.
Incredible. He wrote me this really complimentary piece, you know, that oh man, it's just man, I can't help like thinking like someday somewhere in this universe it would be so cool to have like all of our heroes and all the newer bands, like imagine like a big like festival for like 2 days and all the fucking bands are there playing, hanging out, drinking. I'm just imagining this, and you know, it would like doing it once in Europe and once in the States, and whatever.
Incredible.
I just have this imagine, you know. So it's like, okay, now it's the brutal night, now it's the tech night, you know, and just everybody just goes crazy for everything. It would be so much fun.
Yeah, I don't know how it is out there right now, but it sounds like festivals are happening over here. Everything's kind of getting ramped up and ready to go. There's a lot of, I keep seeing them pop up in like Chicago or wherever, you know.
Nice, dude.
It's the
Good.
same thing. Yeah.
It's
We-
about time. It's awesome. We're so stoked on that.
yeah.
Yeah,
We're all just like, yes,
please God.
please, yeah.
Yeah.
That's so cool, man. Yeah, I'm seeing all these tours getting announced and not canceled, which is so cool.
Yeah, for sure.
So for me personally, I just got to mention that I was so stoked that you know, and I don't have any feelings on the band thing because like I'm like a big Morbid Angel fan from the beginning. Like that was one of my bands. That was part of the reason why I even into this. But that Dave Vincent announced that Pete Sandoval is going to play with him on the next I'm Morbid tour.
Yeah, I saw that. Yep.
About the Morbid, I don't care about all that stuff. I don't get into that. But the fact that Pete is going out playing old Morbid Angel songs, and I think they're playing a show in Denmark, which is country next by here, so it's like a drive or something, 4-hour drive. Man, I'm pretty much going there, man. I'm going to watch old Pete play. Fuck, he is my number one drummer. For real life.
Oh yeah, dude. Watching Pete, you got it, dude. It's like I'm totally gonna go to. Is it in Copenhagen or where?
Yeah, I think
Copenhagen. Yeah, that's the closest I've been to Sweden. I've never been to Sweden though, but
yeah,
close.
Yeah. So that was really exciting. I saw that the other day.
Sick.
That's sick.
Oh, dude,
yeah.
yeah, Commando, dude. He's such a legend. It's ridiculous, man. And yeah, when you see him play, it's just like ridiculous, dude. He's the dude.
Pretty not too long ago I saw an interview and I was always so impressed he played with like the army boots on and biker boots. Yep. So he gets the question, it's on YouTube somewhere, and they ask him like, why do you play with that? Like, do you feel uncomfortable now playing? And he was like, no man, it's like I play with sneakers now. It doesn't matter to me. I can play with any shoes. I just had the army boots. It's like, to me, like to most drummers, it's really, you get very delicate about those things. Like you got to have the right sticks and the right on the seat and all that shit, the right shoes and stuff. And he was just like, nah, it's okay. I can play whatever, flip flop, something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Really in those speeds, like or formula stuff, you know, or gateways and that stuff. That was crazy.
Yep.
That's what's it called? Like opening the gates. Is that one? Is that the one if he goes in the middle?
Super fast. Yeah, that's on Gateways to Annihilation, right?
The chorus.
Opening the gates on.
Yeah.
That super fast part. That. Yeah, Pete the Feet. Exactly. Oh, good old David said that. What up, David? Pete the Feet, dude. He is the master. He's I mean, he really is like the one who was like, everyone's like, all right, I gotta play faster feet now. Like, you know, like
another thing, I speaking of Pete, that one of the reasons I've realized later on is that, like, and I have nothing but, like I said before, I have nothing but respect for like sick drummers. I love going YouTube all the time, watch insane drummers play at these insane speeds and doing all this crazy stuff. But one thing that I loved about Pete is that drummers today seem to, when they play like a blast beat, they, instead of holding it just like a straight blast beat, just going for it, some drummers have to go to the bell, like ding, 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 or they have to do like a bunch of cymbals in the middle of it and stuff.
Right.
Oh, totally cool, and it's cool and it's great. But for me, it takes away from the fucking brutality. Like Pete, he never did anything. He like that. He would just like dig in and just like, you listen to those old tracks like Blasphemy or Rapture and those fast songs, like there was just like a blast beat. That was it. And then by the end of it, like a drum roll, and then he would just go back to the hi-hat or the right cymbal and just keep going. And a lot of times today, like I hear you're waiting for that part, and still they're like, well, I get bored. I got to do things up here that many times doesn't have anything to do with the riff or anything. It's like, if you want to accentuate stuff, and that's totally cool, but some drummers just have to do it just because. And I prefer, like, why don't you just do a fucking blast beat? Keep going, man. That was my attitude when we did the Scourge song. Like, I'm not gonna maybe I should put in a few more drum rolls into that one. It became kind of extreme, but that was totally Pete Sandoval's way of thinking. Like, no, it's just going to be like,
Yeah.
Because after a while, when you play that sort of stuff, you get into sort of a zone when you're playing it, and certainly when you're listening to it, it becomes almost like a machine, like a noise instead. And I just love that stuff. Each his own.
Well, I mean, like I do, it's kind of like a drummer ADD thing, right? Where they just kind of like lose track of the actual song and kind of go a little too. I think all instruments are capable of doing that, but yeah, you hear it a lot more nowadays too, for sure.
I think
it makes sense, and it's totally cool. And I did stuff like that myself, and most drummers I know do it. But sometimes you just, come on, dude, just fucking play a blast beat. Just keep it tight and just dig in, and you know what I mean? Like hold it a little bit. Don't do anything else. Don't fuck it up.
There's a time and a place.
I think it's interesting is kind of like how styles move on like over time, and then like there's like trends that continue from one like kind of era, like every 10 years whatever, to the next era, and you see these and then there's certain trends that like kind of just don't carry on, or certain beats or ways of playing beats, like I remember back, Matt would always talk about like the Suffocation guys would be like in the early 2000s, it was like all the death metal coming out, none of it had like the like kind of skank beat, like no one was doing that. It was all split blast, suffer blast, everything, and it just no skank beats at all. And they're just like, it's such a heavy beat, why does nobody do that beat anymore? I remember that. And so that was, Matt started kind of writing that into parts more, just like it's such a sick like old school kind of a groove, but yeah, like ways, it's kind of like styles start to become popular, like with new bands, and they all kind of do it, and then like and then it's like people kind of forget about that style that didn't pass on or whatever. I don't know.
So funny that you say it, because for me it was the opposite. But I think this is a sort of a cultural thing, because Swedish bands totally overused it.
Oh, yeah, exactly, for sure. No, that's totally true. No, that's a good point. Yeah.
Mom,
for
dude.
Sure.
Yeah, I was. That's why I didn't. Well, we used it in Spawn, but I was almost allergic to it. It's like it's on every record. Come on, let's do something else. And most of them was so static and boring. Like I like when I listen to like old school, like the first couple of Entombed records.
Mm-hmm.
The drummer there is one of my favorite Swedish death metal drummers, Nick Andersson. He is he's like he has such a groove in his playing. I don't know what it is. Like I've spoken to a lot of drummers that attribute a lot of their like inspiration to him because of just I think he did 3 records with Entombed on the drums. But he has this really nice swing to it, like it comes alive. And I remember I mentioned last time, I always thought like Igor, when he did Arise and those records, there's a certain attitude in his playing that I really loved and that works for their music and stuff. And Lombardo, obviously. And I mean, there's a bunch of guys, but then it's like every drummer would be like, like you knew it was coming.
Well, I guess it's so funny because you're talking about Swedish metal. It just instantly makes me laugh because I'm like, oh yeah, for sure. Because like at the time it was like, I guess because we were in, surrounded by the Cali death scene or whatever. So it was just like every band was just like there was none of that in death metal too, not just like melodic, because it's the melodic, that's kind of like the trademark, especially Swedish, and then all the bands that kind of took that style. But yeah, with like just the pure death metal, like it was like it didn't transcend from the 90s death metal, and also certain ways of doing breakdowns, like in the 90s I feel like they had like a much bigger palette of breakdowns, and then in like the 2000s it got like just these are the ones. Like the 90s they would do all kinds of like interesting like more groove stuff, like like in death metal and shit, and like like I don't know, it's cool. Like think about that. It's almost like I want to like step outside my own writing boundaries and think like, what if I just groove something totally that I wouldn't actually? I think that's how Spawn does it. I mean, on Cabinet you guys do like all kinds of grooves that like are so well put, that dude, beyond tasteful. Like it's so sick. I love it so much. And like nobody pulls it off like you guys. Like I guess you guys were the only ones really doing that I can even think of that style of that.
You know, like
It's so
when,
cool.
when we talked about that last time, but just a little detail on Hidden in Flesh, like you know, the I guess the verse riff, you know, that
Fuck
thing.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's kind of unusual. That was, for me, it was totally Mike Smith.
Oh,
Totally.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Cool.
Well,
That's
first we go fuck what not when, there's a very specific riff in one of the first songs where he plays like that, and when I heard that the first time, it blew me away. Like, whoa! Within the, you know, the blast beat sort of bubble thing and like that brutality, and he, oh, you know, dun dun ba dun 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 ba, and I was like, what? I'd
Yeah.
never heard this before, and it was such groove and like I said, tasteful. So it was, I forget what riff it was. It was a specific riff that I immediately thought about in terms of the drum. It didn't sound like that in Spawn, but it was in my head. It was like, that's the kind of drums I'm aiming for sure.
Yeah, man.
I mean,
So
it all
cool.
adds to quality. Yeah, it all adds, like, all those unique features are all what made it so fucking sick, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah. And it's like, and again, like, you know, we're talking about the difference of albums and going back to the topic of reviewing Incurso, and this is the 10-year anniversary of that. And obviously that was your, you know, latest release with Spawn. And people have been asking, you know, is there new Spawn? Of course, they're always asking because they want it, because they love it, you know. But like those three albums, thinking of Cabinet and, you know, and then Noctambulant and Incurso, like the three unique styles of those albums and how they're different, they bring three different flavors like to the plate, and they're all so sick in different ways. Like Noctambulant is just like a mindfuck masterpiece, basically. Like, it's one of the most insane things ever written. It's so unique. And then Cabinet's like the best album ever written, like, basically. And then it's like, and Incurso is like the most technical album ever written. They're all like, but so fucking good. Like, I mean, it's like when I listen to each one, I'm like, you know, I think this one's my favorite, dude. Actually, like, I can't decide, you know. But for me, I think Cabinet is so nostalgic for me that I always brings me back to first hearing Spawn, you know. But like, I think that Incurso has everything as insane as all the albums have, and it has its own thing too. It's a perfect combination of the old Cabinet stuff with you know, Noctambulant and everything, and it's also something new. It's just like, it's such a great, like, dude, Incurso's
But
yeah.
I think that, but again, like, it's always been a risk because we always felt that we didn't want to write the same record twice. You know, and I mean, we talked about it, and I don't think we could. I think we would get bored with it. We try to play covers all over the years. Like, because we suck at warming up, and so when we used to rehearse back in the Cabinet days and Noctambulant days, and let's get a cover and let's play. We played like 1 or 2 times. I was like, nah, we forgot about it. We were just bored with it because we've heard a lot and or whatever. And I remember we put out Noctambulant and everybody was like totally into Cabinet at the time. And I as far as I remember, I don't know, I didn't check that much online, but as far as I remember, it was like, it's okay, but it's not Cabinet. And in my mind, I was like, what do you expect? That we should write another Cabinet? Why would we do that? Please motivate why we should do that. What's the fun in that? Like, Cabinet's Cabinet. Cabinet's Cabinet. And then we did Noctambulant, and that's what I remember. Like, because after Noctambulant, obviously I left. So that's what I remember. Okay, so that album didn't do too well. Then we go on tour for Incurso, and people go, oh, it's okay, but Noctambulant, that's the masterpiece. I was like, dude.
Yeah, exactly, dude. It's so funny, dude. It's like, come on now.
I think that's also the effect when you're writing something that is you know, sort of solid. It takes time for people to digest it. what did you expect? We're going to write something that's like you're going to immediately understand everything that's going on. It's just never been our style, and you know, and above all, I mean, if you listen to tech death, you know, that type of music, you should know better. You should. This album is going to need a couple of listenings before you know what I mean?
I think Justin summed it up basically with this comment here.
Hell yeah.
All three are masterpieces. I mean, so I mean, here's the thing, dude, is like, you know, if you're old enough, like, you know, like us, like, you know, it's like I remember when it came out and you know how we felt about it after Cabinet and already having Cabinet and everything. And like, dude, it was like the perfect, like to us, it was the next thing to hear was Spawn. Like we were just like, dude, what the fuck is going on? Like, you were like the guitars, all the drum, like the rhythms, everything was so to us, it was fresh.
Yeah.
You know, and it was just totally mind blowing. Dude, that album, I think it's easy for people to go like, oh, Cabinet has a lot of brutal stuff. And so like, you know, yeah, like everyone likes to be like, I like the brutal thing or whatever. But like to us at the time, like we were very, you know, you got to understand like this, when that album came, was it when did Noctambulant came out? 2007? Or was it before that?
Noctambulant was 06.
06, right? Yeah. So I mean, dude, at that time, how that came out, because that was after Epitaph, right? And so like, you know, those are all I think that was 2005 was Epitaph.
Noctambulant was after Epitaph.
Yeah, exactly. But like just kind of right after. Yeah. So like at that time, dude, like that's the thing is like we hadn't heard anything like that before. You got to understand, people, you know? So like it was like what all of a sudden Epitaph comes. I mean, we had heard the early stuff and, you know, obviously Onset, but it was like, and Cabinet, you know, but it was like, dude, when that era in 90 in 2005, 2006, like whatever those years, 2007, like it was like everything was changing like so fast, and the guitar playing was just going through the roof, like the fuck, like everything was so crazy. And like yeah, so at the time, my point is Noctambulant just knocked us over the head, dude.
Wow.
You know, but it's true. I mean, like I remember it at the time, dude. I remember having the CD and like putting it on the car and driving around, and we were just like, dude, this is, because we were always just like, what's the gnarliest, you know? Like, and it was always like Spawn, Necrophagist, and then all the stuff at the time, and you know, whatever, or the new Nile, whatever came out, and whatever, Annihilation of the Wicked and all that kind of stuff. But we were just like, but in different ways. But yeah, Noctambulant was just like, what the fuck? Like it was so crazy at the time. So, and I think yeah, man. And then obviously Incurso, it was like, man, I just think it's so cool, like how that album like accumulates all the styles together.
Yeah, yeah, I totally agree with that. Because like you, I came in as a fan, man. It was like I hadn't heard anything, and the album was written. Obviously, I heard
that's interesting.
Like pre-prod stuff, but I had pretty much the same experience in that regard. Like, I again, like I know I talked about that, but I just remember it was such a defining moment for Spawn, or like the history of Spawn, when we hadn't spoken for like fucking 5 years, and it was like, it was bad, and it was like, oh fucking, I many times I was like, man, I should call Jones, man, you know, fucking, I should call him, and I never got around to it. And all of a sudden, I got this pretty big, you know, email, and he was like, hey, what's up, dude? Just, you know, a lot of bad blood, but fuck it, I'm so past all that. I don't care about what the past. You know, he wrote some, you know, some personal shit very briefly, basically saying like, whatever happened in the past, fuck it. And then there was like a big like, anyway, I'm working on a new album and it's pretty much done, and I want you to do the vocals because it's not going to be Spawn if you're not on it. And it was like, it was like the stuff we talked about, I ran with that, like, because we talked about the epic stuff before I left, and it's so sick, and it would be so cool if you want to do it, and all that stuff. I just remember that message, like, listen, dude, this is how serious it was to me. Like, I got it, and it took me 2 days before I opened it. Like, I had it. I think he wrote me on Messenger. I'm not sure, and wherever it was, and I was like, dude, I was like walking around in my apartment, like, fuck, man, shit, because all this stuff bubbled up, and I was like, and then finally I read it, and it was such a cool letter. It was like, and then I wrote him back. It was like, dude, we should talk on the phone. And again, like I've said it in the past, it was like when we started talking, it was like no time had gone by, and he sent me some stuff, and because I shied away from Spawn when I was out, I was like, no, I'm done. So I didn't listen to the pre stuff that people were doing. Joseph mentioned. I didn't listen to that stuff. So when he sent me stuff and said like, yeah, you want to do it and all that stuff, I got the studio. I got like the label Relapse, and we're doing the studio, and we talked about that and whatever. That was and I just knew from the stuff he said. I was like, dude, this is crazy. This is crazy stuff. It's fast. And he was like, yeah, I guess so. Like, it should be fast, whatever.
It should be, yeah.
Yeah. So, and Henrik came
That's
in.
awesome.
He nailed it. Erlen, his bass is just like, it was interesting. Like, and you have to remember also that there was a pretty big. I mean, there was a big change of members. Nick, bass player, he left, and Carlson, and I think they both were responsible for. I mean, they contributed with the sound and everything on Cabinet and on Tanya. They were part of that organism, and then they left, and here comes Erlen and Christian and Henrik, and brought new blood to the whole thing. But the key, I think, was that Jonas had written it. Basically, I know, like I said before, like Erlen was involved. I'm not sure how much, or like I know he was involved, but yeah, that was a crazy experience. It became a good album. I think so.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
I think
we talk about like Cabinet. I think it was released in 2003, I think, which means it's what, 20 years to next year.
Wow, that's insane. Yeah, holy shit. Okay, so we'll have to do another stream.
I just read it.
What month did that one come out? I'm curious. I should look it up.
It's a good.
That's a Google question for sure. Dude, none of us remember any of our albums when they came out, barely the year. But dude, that's insane. So almost 20, so it's 19 years ago that Cabinet came out, basically, you're saying, approximately.
So
I wanted to say, to add to what you were saying, I think it's really cool when bands, because like when you're playing David, he's all, stop reminding us how old we are. It's funny. But I think it's really cool when bands like that have been making music for 20 plus years or whatever, that can like put out a new album and like come back together and work on it, or have input on it or play on it or whatever, and like just like they might have had issues like during touring or whatever times, and of course it's it's rough sometimes on the road, and and bands go through ins and outs, but to be able to just like come back to the project and put something out, like, because for the fans it's like, oh man, hell yeah, they got back together, and it's like you just wish Pink Floyd would do another album with all the guys, man. So what the fuck. But yeah, so that's not gonna ever happen. So, but the point is, it's so sick, like when the art's more important than like all the other stuff, and this just like, dude. And I mean, the world is happy that you were on Incurso, even though I'm sure the other Chalky was doing a sick job, or whoever else was singing before that was doing great, but you are Spawn, like, it's like, I am Morbid, I am Spawn, I am, Dennis, you can just be like, I am Spawn.
We were all Chalky when we first heard. I think what's the first record with where he was the vocalist?
Chalky? Yeah. Psychroptic. Yeah.
And
oh yeah.
And I'm pretty sure. I mean, that was the reason that
yeah.
I'm sure that he got involved in Spawn at the first place. And I remember at the time just thinking that's a perfect choice. I think it's awesome. But like I said last time, what happened between that and me coming in, I don't know. I like I said, I didn't get into that stuff. So I'm you know, I was just super happy that Jonas got in touch. You know, that's all I can say. And I remember after Noctambulent, he said to me, like, I was expecting more, like more faster vocals. Because for Noctambulent, I felt that I was going to do, I was going to ease up maybe, because a lot of the parts and the riffs, you know, didn't necessarily, you know, I couldn't elevate them with that kind of vocal stuff. So I kind of, you know, I'm not going to do it just to do them. But I had that in the back of my mind when we did Incurso. So that's why I went a bit more extreme on that one. And there's a handful of songs that have insane like vocal patterns. And I'm not saying that to brag. They're just fucking hard to do. Like you take a mic and do like Apparition in one sitting and see how it goes. That one is a sick fucking song, and that Deus Sabatat, that's another one, like crazy vocals, fast up. And I remember writing it and kind of chuckling and laughing at it, like this is, oh my god, this is gonna be painful because I have to nail it. Like I can't cheat, you know. I fucking nail it, you know. And I did, you know, and I remember like screaming it. I had that intern like handling the thing, and I remember like being so I get passionate when I record. So I got really upset, like fuck,
Oh yeah,
you know, fucking hitting the wall and shit, you know, in my booth, and fuck, because the words like stumble around, you know what I mean. And I refuse to like, you know, alter the lyrics because I had to nail it. So it was a beast to record. I think it was a beast for everyone. Incurso specifically was a brutal album to record.
I mean, it shows the end product, right?
Yeah. I just can't. Sometimes I wish I had that in me, but I just don't. I can't sit here and go, yeah, it was just another recording. It's cool. Like a fucking Motley Crue guy, like, no, I can't do that.
Yeah.
It was crazy to record that album. It was insane. It was insane. That's all I can say, man.
It's the studio magic though. It makes the best. There's nothing fancy about just like, oh, I'm just gonna go in the studio and record and have that like lame mentality, you know.
So. Yeah, and at the time we recorded Incurso, we were in the studio. They had a bunch of like music magazines and stuff. And I was reading this recording, like a studio diary of a Swedish, very known punk band.
Uh-huh.
And so I had a break and I was sort of flipping through it. And they go like, oh, we get to the studio and the first thing we do is break out a couple of bottles of wine.
Okay.
And there's a pinball machine. So we have this big tournament. And just like, dude, it made no sense to me. Like, what? And they were just hanging out for like 3 days before they even started recording. Well, maybe we should set up the drums. And it was so like.
Maybe that's the secret, though, dude.
Well,
maybe we're just way too serious. Or you just need to play pinball for a couple of days, and then the most gnarly death metal will come out afterwards, you know?
Yeah, well.
Probably not, yeah.
Probably not, you know, I'm not going to do the jazz.
Well, it takes us way longer to set up the drum kit anyway, so we need those days of time.
But yeah, dude, I think the only time we got drunk ever recording Spawn, the only time I remember was during Noctambulent. We had a day off. So we went and bought a bunch of beers and stuff, and we're watching Tenacious D videos and like just getting drunk and just having a day, like let's releasing all that stuff for a couple of hours. And I think that was the only time. Like every time we were always sober and always very serious, and you know, won't jeopardize it.
We don't get the benefit most of the time of having the record labels give us a ton of money to spend all this time in the studio. So
yeah,
true.
It's nice that like a lot of things are. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like the producer told me the story. This famous. I gotta be careful with my words here, but Swedish artist, like, and rented the studio, brought her own producer, and they basically just locked themselves in the studio for a week or something. She was going to do some vocal tracking or something, and when they left and he came back to go to the studio, which just looked like wine bottles all over. They had put a big couch in the recording. Basically, she was laying down, recording, and all kinds of stuff. Like totally. Obviously, she has a big image. She sells records and stuff, but I can never imagine recording like down. But,
No. And not only that, so even I wouldn't want to do that, even if I could. You know,
No.
it sounds
Dude.
terrible.
I got this whole nother thing, dude. What's up, Murray? We got Murdog on the podcast.
Murray.
What's up?
From oh yeah.
Severed Savior, good old Murdog,
Oh man,
and the famous Merseys as well.
But-
Have you gotten your Mersey yet? To that
Oh, yeah.
Dennis? Oh, you got
Oh.
one? Nice.
Thank you.
I
Thank-
figured you would got one. Yeah. So I just
Like-
had
Yeah, go ahead.
go. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, like when we toured, one of the things that I do remember from is that, again, I was drunk on the tour, but when we toured with when we did the bloodletting, like one of the things that when I think about that, one of like 5 things I think about is Murray like doing this with his head, with his bald head, like, and it goes shredding the bass. I just remember seeing that every fucking night, like
Hell
getting
yeah, dude.
oh, there's Murray, like always bringing it, like such a
sick.
cool, like super cool dude, and he told funny stories, and just the coolest guy.
Oh man, yeah.
Hell yeah.
We were just talking the other night about Severed Savior, like just back in the day when with like Dusty on and then
yeah.
Anthony on, and obviously killing it. But just like all the shows back, dude, watching Severed Savior, like, dude, we were so blown away every time. Just like, what the fuck? Him and Gilbert, just like, what the fuck? Like perfect, like combo of musicians, and of course, all the other guitarists they had. But dude, Severed's insane.
I didn't realize at the time, but Gilbert was not on the tour.
Oh, really? This one.
I don't know why he wasn't on. There was another dude, and his name was Sean.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Guy, but he
Sure.
was a shredder. But I don't know
Yeah.
what, and he was much younger than everyone else, like if I remember correctly. But he was a
Sure,
shredder.
yeah. They're all shredders. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, dude, I wanted to say I had a funny thought, like about you're talking about like that person in the studio, like laying on the floor and just getting drunk and recording and just blah and all this. Kind of funny if like you're like a super rich artist, you know, and they're like, okay, you got to make this platinum album, and you're just all like just sassy and just bored and like rich and you don't give a shit, and you're just like go in there and you just like sing the worst, like just don't even care, like so out of key and do all this, then you're like, yeah, fix it, you know, because like now like you could do that, right? So
Yeah.
imagine just someone comes in and she's just like, oh, and she's like, all right, there you go, take that, that's all you got, and then just like it's on contract, you have to like auto tune that and make it work now.
Yeah. But
Just like shit on it, like
I heard stories again, like from studios. Like I once met like one of Sweden's like prime. He plays the organ, like I don't know what it's called. It's a specific sound. You know, I don't know the word for it. What's the Light My Fire with the Doors? What's that the opening for that song?
oh yeah,
Organ, as you call that? You call it an organ? Keyboard?
I
Whatever?
think it's an organ, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to hear it again. I don't remember what that
It's like a
sounds
rock organ or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So
Okay.
anyway, he's sort of the guy that everyone rents, every artist rents, and he told about this really famous Swedish artist, and he told this funny story because I was at some VIP music thing or whatever, and I didn't know who he was. I mean, it's a different world, you know. And he was like, "Yeah, I play recording with a bunch of artists," and I said, "Oh, cool." So what she was like, you know, I asked about some lady that is old and very famous and you know, made a lot of hits and stuff. And he's like, no, she's fucked up. I go, fucked up. And he said, well, I was playing, like, I was doing a track, and she would say, cut. And she would come in, and she would go like, hey, can I get more autumn and more leaves in your playing? You're playing snow right now. I want you to play the leaves. He told me.
Oh man.
In the beginning, he was like, what do you mean, leaves? Well, I don't want summer song. Play with leaves. She was doing shit like that. Like,
Dude, that's
and
the best.
after a while, he realized he had to like Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. And he just changed a bit, and she was happy. But she would go on for the entire record. She sold a bunch of records, but she was doing that. And obviously, she's one of those. Like the label will pay for anything. Like, yeah.
Right.
So she can do that, you know. But that's what's so fucking cool about like what I would real artists. Like, you know,
maybe she wants a little more warmth in it, you know.
Yeah.
Like a little breezy, like not frozen. Like, you know, he's playing too cold. I'm sorry, I'm still thinking about this whole thing. Sorry, dude.
Kid, he told me that story. Like he told me a bunch of stories about famous artists. But it's so cool when you watch like real guy, like super huge artists, like fucking, you know, Michael Jackson. He would come in, he would do all the harmonies himself. Totally pro. You can say whatever you want about the guy, but he totally came in and he did all the harmonies, did everything. It was like no bullshit. I'm just gonna do it, nail it. There was a little off point if you want to hear this, but it's pretty cool. There's a guy just from around here that he went to Hollywood and became one of the biggest sound effects guys in the world. He makes you know, the effects of a horse running in shotguns and shit. I think he won like 3 Oscars. He worked with Ridley Scott and all the great ones. Damn. And he was doing it like he had a long talk on radio about that, and they talked about like he has worked with because he does like the dubbing stuff when the actors have to come in and do the dialogue again. Watch the
voiceovers.
Yeah, Luke, yes, it's called. Yeah, and he said it was so funny because he said like anytime you get like you will get these semi kind of famous actors, and they would have like a big entourage, and they would be really like shitty, and they weren't prepared. They couldn't really do it, and he had to really like coach them. And then you had like guys like Jack Nicholson and De Niro and Gary Oldman and all those people come in, and they came in alone, and they fucking nailed it.
Yeah,
they were just like boom, 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 no bullshit, no, nah. Like I just love that pro mentality of some people, like you say, like artists in general. You know, just coming in and fucking nailing it, and just, that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of what defines our genre in general, right? It's kind of well, maybe not for some bands, but I think a lot of us, especially with tech death, are like, this is just more of a labor of love. It's obviously we're not making a ton of money off of this, so and we love doing it, obviously. So
yeah.
That's crazy. I can't imagine just again having that much money and just being able to sit in the studio and get hammered all the time. It'd be fucking sweet.
No, it makes no sense.
Yeah,
and especially like when we toured with I forget, we did a tour and we had this tour manager, this old guy, but he was a terrific tour manager. He knew everything and knew everybody in all the clubs and got us food and money, and there was no problems around when he was around. But anyway. He had toured with, this is really interesting. He had toured with Motley Crue in the 80s, like when they were the biggest, like I guess Dr. Feel Good around that time.
Right.
And I was like, what was that like? And he goes, those guys were like coked up and heroin and drinking and, you know, doing all this crazy shit. And he was like, yeah, that's totally true. They did all that stuff. But once they got on stage, they fucking delivered. Like every night they were sharp, and he couldn't, like he said, like the entire crew were like, tonight they're not going to be able to play, and sure enough, they got up and they played.
Fuck,
it's really interesting, you know. So some people can handle that stuff.
Yeah, insane tolerance built up, just day after day of fucking, just Aussie style, you know.
Yeah. Real
well, it's tight. I say it's tight, but it's not tight.
It's not tight.
It's funny, but or I don't know if not funny. I don't know what to say, dude. All I know is that movie, The Dirt, is awesome.
Yeah,
so good.
Are you watching Pam and Tommy? Have you seen that?
Oh, yeah. David showed me the other night, dude. It's okay. I mean, no, I don't mean it's okay. I just mean, all right. I'm like, am I gonna get into this now? Like, this is gonna. Oh shit! I gotta watch it. It's good, dude. It's funny. It's out of control. By the way, Dennis, David asked a question I'd like to post real quick because I think it's important. And actually, David, I was already talking to Dennis about this, I think, recently, but we'll see where you're at. Dennis, I see a Blade Runner picture behind you. Are you watching Raised by Wolves? Which is,
No, actually, I spoke to Mr. KC about this just
Right.
not long ago, and no, I was really psyched about it. And no, I have not seen it, and I want to see it. Anything that Mr. Ridley Scott puts out, I'm always psyched about. I'm a huge Blade Runner fan, like huge. I got the fucking, if you can see that, like I got the tattoo of yeah, the Blade Runner fucking.
Was it again? Sorry, I think the screen was on the side. Can you put it in the middle?
Oh,
The
yeah.
tattoo?
What do you want? What are we talking about?
Oh, I couldn't see. It was like on the side of the screen. You put like
Oh,
more in the middle. There it is. I can see.
like so, it's inverted.
Yeah,
It's hard to see, but that's Tyrell Corporation logo. I put that on there like a long time ago.
Oh yeah, dude.
And actually, I have a whole series of paintings that I've framed that I have on my walls, like real paintings. That are not posters. I'm really geeky about that, and I love Blade Runner. And no, I haven't seen Raised by Wolves. I'm stoked to watch it, but I'm a fan, and so when I have like a few minutes over, like for myself, I usually play some bass right now, or you know,
Yeah.
yeah, that's basically I have to.
I know what you're playing on bass.
Yeah. And I've been playing a lot of bass to the point where I actually now I busted my hand. And Rob Clapton warned me about this. He was like, if you play like Steve Harris kind of bass playing,
you gave it away.
And but yeah, I went for the gallop like all the way with 2 fingers and all that. And sure enough, I woke up one morning, couldn't move my fingers. So with my hand, so I'm going to see a specialist in about a week. It's going to take a look at that. So that's kind of,
is that like a form of carpal tunnel, or is it different?
Yeah,
it is. Yeah,
like that. Where I don't know really, it's an inflammatory thing in my. It starts by the knuckle, and then goes on the upper side, and then in certainly my thumb, and then it goes all the way up in my arm. And the funny thing is, you don't use, if you're going to play Steve Harris stuff, you don't use your thumb. Still, I'm always hurting, so I gotta check that out, But in conclusion, yes, I will watch Raised by Wolf.
Yeah, it's great, man. Like I've loved it the whole time. Then this second season is on HBO, and like, dude, it's just like I'm just watching it. I'm just like, this is my favorite show I've ever seen. Like, better than Game of Thrones, better than Breaking Bad, whatever. To me, that's the subject matter, and like, dude, it's just right up. It's like Blade Runner meets Alien meets fucking Dune meets fucking everything. It's so, but mostly Blade Runner kind of, but like in a different, I don't know how to explain it, dude. You just got to watch it. It's great.
We'll talk about
that. Dennis and I have had some conversations about Blade Runner and concept stuff, and yeah, so that's cool that David asked about that. So
so if just to throw out a little nerd, if we're gonna get a little nerdy about it, if there's a documentary about a guy named Alejandro Jodorowsky.
Fuck, dude. Are you talking about the Dune one?
Yeah.
I have it, dude. Oh, I'm obsessed with that one, actually.
And the fact that really didn't make the original Dune.
Oh.
With Giger and all those crazy fucking people.
Dude, wasn't Salvador Dali gonna be like in a scene?
Oh, yeah, the premise of him being in it was what they wanted him, and he said, if you let me light fire to a giraffe, okay, I'll be in it. And they were like, okay, and Jodorowsky was like, yeah, you can put fire on a giraffe, it's okay, just you get him into the movie. And then he was obviously do it.
It's called Jodorowsky's Dune. That's the documentary, right? Yeah.
And it's made by a great director, Nicholas Winding, a Danish director. He made Drive, and he made He made
the documentary.
He's awesome. He's really he made a couple of films with that American the guy who played the latest the Blade Runner, the new Blade Runner. What's his name? Ryan Gosling.
Oh yeah, sure.
He did a bunch of films with him. He made the movie called Drive that I highly recommend. I love it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
But it all connects, like that stuff. Like Jodorowsky was one that started it all, and then it went to, he was going to do Dune, and that fell apart. So Ridley was going to pick up the pieces. That fell apart. So then they had the Alien came along, and it was like, and the guy Dan O'Bannon, who was involved in the original Dune, showed him the Necronomicon book and showed him the Alien, and Ridley was like, "That's it." And his was like, "Well, maybe we could work." No. That's it. That's the Alien. Fuck you. Let's do it.
It's crazy around that time. Old Star Wars had come out, and then it was like Space Odyssey 2000, like the late 70s, mid 70s, and all that time. It's like, dude, it was like such a fucking sick time for movies, like just in the art, like that they're able to do. And like, it was like, man, dude, the amount of the movies coming out back then were, it would have been so cool if that was made. Fuck, you know. But what's your favorite Jodorowsky movie? Mine's Holy Mountain, probably, or
you know what? I actually haven't seen a single movie.
Oh, really? Oh, dude.
Okay, so when I was like around, like when I get into Death Metal and there was like all these extreme films and shit, there was a film, like someone told me on a film called Santa Sangre.
Oh, Santa Sangre. Yeah, that one's insane. That one's so good. It's fucked up though.
Well, yeah, I was like this movie. So I remember being in Gothenburg, hanging out with a bunch of metal guys in Gothenburg in bands and shit, and he said, "Oh, have you seen that? This fucking elephant is like bleeding from the fucking nose."
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, I just remember, I don't know if I want to watch that fucking film. And it's a dude greedy and whatever. But like I said, I'm raising kids now, so I don't get around. There's a fun. I want to watch that, backtrack and new stuff. And, so.
The one to watch, I would say, is Holy Mountain.
Yeah.
Like if there's the one to start with, it's like the most visually like popular one, I guess, with all like the guy with the big hat and all the scenes, and it's just super psychedelic. All I can say,
wow.
But in a really like insane, dark way, but like really unique and sick. It's like, yeah, he's a crazy director, dude.
He called El Topo, right?
Oh, El Topo, I love that one. That's like one of my favorite for sure.
I've read about them and stuff, but I haven't seen.
It's like, yeah, that one and Holy Mountain I think are the most fun to watch, and then there's like other ones that are like not as fun to watch, like they're just insane. It's so good though. I don't know. Yeah, sick. So what's like, you know, some of your, you know, back with Spawn, like, and let's go take it back to Incurso to keep it in the theme a little bit. Like, so like specifically with Incurso, what was like, you know, if you want to go over certain songs or anything, but like what would be like your main kind of lyrical approach and influence on like just the album, the concept, the art, you know, what is Incurso about, you know?
Well, again, I pretty much went with well, fundamentally the Spawn Obsession way of like writing, I guess, smaller horror stories. You know, like instead of a novel, I would write like a lyric.
For sure.
And also, I have to say, like a lot of the lyrics for Incurso, and this pretty much goes for all the records, but there's so many notes and so much backstory to a lot of those songs. And then I write a story and try to condense it down and make it fit into the song. Or sometimes I will write the lyric and then expand on it. Depends a little bit. So it's basically, there are stories that each song is basically a little story, I think.
Totally. That's how like usually we've written stuff before too, like with Decrepit or with Odious, like Bill would explain with Decrepit. I mean, they would have album concepts too, but he would be more like, this song is about like this thing, and like, you know, like this guy clones like rebirth of consciousness. This, I don't even want to, I'll probably ruin the whole explanation, but he basically clones himself over and over again and then thinks he's God or something. Anyways, I can't explain it like Bill can, but anyways, but like that's kind of more like song based, right? Like each song has its own little thing, and that's sick, man. So like, is there a song that stands out to you as like one of your like ones that you were really into? Like, I mean, they're all great, but it's for example that.
I'm going to tell you a crazy story. This is really crazy. This is got to be very careful with my words here, I think, but I have to tell you this. This is crazy. Okay, so the song Bodiless Sleeper. It starts with this very innocent sort of out of tune doll piano. It's just creepy opening, and then it's just a brutal fucking track, you know. When I wrote those lyrics, and I was listening to the song and stuff, I had this idea that just, I guess I made it up, you know, that it's about this individual who, in his mind, believes that you can cut someone's head off, and then cut your own head off and switch heads, which
Nice.
which this individual makes total sense. I haven't actually read this lyric in, I guess, 10 years, so I forget if he pulls it off, but it's just in his mind, it makes sense and everything, and that was that. And then about, I don't know, a year ago, I was talking to, because I work in psychiatry, and I was talking to a higher up, and she tells me this really creepy story. She was like, yeah, there was a case somewhere in Sweden where someone was going to do that. Someone was actually going to, you know, decapitate another person and replace his own head with that head. Because in his mind, it made sense to do that. Because that person was smarter and looking or whatever. I don't know the details. But they caught him doing it, like while he was chopping off a fucking head. And I was like the more she told me, the more I thought, dude, that's a sleeper. I'm not making this up. Totally. And I was like, dude, that's, oh really? That? And I was like, dude, that's in the lyric too. And I was like, whoa. And I brought it home. I was thinking about it, like, dude, that's crazy. Like, and then I started thinking, like, the creepiest part of it all was like, did that individual read the lyric? Like, did the lyric inspire that? 'Cause I have no idea. I don't know who this individual was, or that's, you know.
No.
I'm curious. I know she wasn't lying to me. She doesn't know Swan Obsession. She doesn't know like me that way. She told me the story, and I was like, oh really? Wow, yeah, cool. And I went home and was like, oh, I couldn't go to sleep. I was like, dude, really? And then somewhere along the line it hit me that what if that person read the lyric? I don't know. Fucking
That's
crazy.
insane.
Just
All
don't think
right.
it's not worth it.
No.
That's like some black metal shit.
Yeah. Or write a song about that guy now that you've already written the song, and then he went and did that. Now you can write a song about that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Is black metal or death metal bigger in Sweden?
I would say death metal for sure. Like Sweden has always been death metal country, but there's definitely some formidable.
And you would call like At the Gates death metal.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would too.
Like Twilight in the Twilight bands, like Dissection and stuff. And it's
yeah.
Like debates, like no, and they always stated, like, I remember they stated in their sleeve, it was like we played metal of death. They didn't want to be branded
Metal of Death.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a real thing. I thought that was a joke. That's funny.
Yeah.
Metal of Death.
But I don't know. Like, we have some strong, very classic black metal bands in Sweden for sure. But
yeah,
I think in general,
it's more Norway, huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That was their thing. That was a crazy time, because when all that shit happened, like with all the mayhem and the Bursum and all that stuff, when we started playing together, like me and Jonas, and we had a couple of guys in that band at that time who would constantly get signed magazines and underground literature. So they would come and tell us, like, did you hear about the giant emperor? He killed a gay guy, and it was with a knife. And this,
Jesus, it's so insane.
It was news, like, so much. We was like, really? And it was
Terrible.
Yeah, it was the Count Grishnak, and he killed the guy. It was all these stories.
Yeah, I remember.
The guy who shot himself in Mayhem, and they put his dead body on an album cover. I mean, those guys were
Really? I didn't know that.
They were hardcore, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
He blew his head off, and they found him and took a pic. As far as I know, they took a picture of his blown out skull and put it on a single and released it.
Oh fuck.
Those dudes, they were serious. And I gotta tell you, like, it was so. I was working with. I had a guy at work, and he was so into like hardcore rap and hip hop. And a lot of the reason he loved the music, but he was into like the gangster shit. But also had like, he was like, oh, so you're into black metal? So we were swapping stories, and he told me by like DMX and like all those old school rappers who was like real gangster stuff. It was so funny. It was basically crazy people fucking killing each other left and right.
It's pretty insane whenever like violence like that is associated with music, like straight up, like just not even like a question of it. Like just like, yeah, totally, like right out in the open, just brutal violence. Like, I mean, I love hip hop and rap, and I love all that shit, like gangster rap and shit. I love it, but obviously I don't like take it seriously in a way that I'm like connected to that, but I just think I love black metal too, but I try to veer away from stuff that's just like I don't know, whatever. I don't want to say anything. All I'm gonna say is I like a lot of black metal. It's sick, and yeah, fuck yeah, dude, it's funny. It's I want to go up there, man. I want to come to Scandinavia really bad. I've like always wanted to. Joseph has dual citizenship in Sweden.
Yeah,
we could like, I don't know, I should come out there, or I want to go to Iceland too, because it's like there's different. Well, that's obviously far away from Scandinavia, but it's like, but I want to take a trip, dude. Alex, you down?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's just do like let's go to Iceland, and then let's go to Scandinavia.
That's been like one of those top of the list kind of destination places.
Yeah, man. Have you been out to Finland, Dennis?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sure, because it's right there, right?
No,
You were telling us about how it's a completely different like language and everything, right? Like it's like totally different.
Yeah,
Look, that's right.
Scandinavia overall is pretty much like the same. The same customs and food and shell. People look the same, but language like all the languages are different. But I can understand Danish. I can understand Norwegian to a certain point, but Finnish is completely crazy language. I mean, I love Finland. Don't get me wrong, like the Finnish bands and stuff, but their language is fucking. It's crazy. It's a mix of Russian or something. I don't know what it is. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but you guys should come out. I told Joseph, like, if he wanted to come out, man, just if you let me know in time, we'll set something up.
When's the best time of year to come visit?
Summertime.
What was it?
Summertime.
Summertime. Yeah.
Sure. Like Sweden is like now it's pretty shitty. It's cold. It was nice today, but it's cold and it's kind of if you've seen The Exorcist, I always think about Sweden when I watch that film, like Sweden Together. It has that, it's fall time and it's kind of, the wind is cold. Like the winds are really cold. Like I live by the coast. I have like 5 minutes down to the water, and in this time of year, it's not very nice. Blowing hard. But in the summertime, it's very nice.
Nice.
Cool,
yeah.
And it's funny too. Like I heard it was pretty interesting. I heard the South Park guys were doing press for Team America, and like we're suckers for coming to Sweden because you have all these old buildings and castles, and that we don't have that in Los Angeles. It's just like the skyscraper doesn't. It's like a different world in a way, and like my hometown, like we have a beautiful castle and we have Old Town and we all that shit. If you want to see that stuff, it's
absolutely.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, we're spoiled with the California weather in some weird ways. And every time I go to a place that's like I was just in Chicago for a couple weeks, I'm like, I can't fucking do this for this long. It sucks. It's so cold. I imagine going over there is probably somewhat similar. Maybe not as windy, but probably somewhat similar.
Nice. So Alex, so we've mentioned it, but just so people know, so we have Alex Basie as a guest host this week, and he plays in Odious Mortem, and obviously from his band Ominous Ruin. If you haven't heard them, he's been on the podcast before, and good friend of ours. And we put together this kind of episode as a last minute thing to do a fun album review of this, kind of try something different. And we were talking to Dennis about doing a review of Incurso for their 10-year anniversary. So just to touch on that, we've been going for about 2 hours, and I'm down to go as long as you guys want. But this is super cool. And so Alex, if you guys don't know, first of all, check out Ominous Ruin. They're an insane band on Willotit Records, right? You guys are.
Yep.
And you guys are doing shows right now. And you said you guys are working on some new stuff.
Right? Yeah, for sure. I have well, I don't know where my phone went, but not that it matters. I have a picture of our drum set all set up, ready to record. We're practicing.
So you can actually do the album tracks? You're like ready
Not
to
the
go?
whole album tracks, just like scratch tracks. I don't know.
Okay, cool.
It's just like in a practice studio. It's nothing like super crazy.
Nice.
I know Casey called me. I was like on my way to my practice studio, and then he called me. He's like, "Dude, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Driving." You want to like be on this quick album review with Dennis? I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I do." Hold on, let me figure this out real quick. So I like turned around basically and just drove back home. Like, yeah, I mean, I've been waiting to meet Dennis for a long time. I know we got some stuff we probably can't talk about in the works, but yeah, it's gonna be sick. I can't wait. Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. There is some secrets we can't talk about yet, but that's more enticing for all of. I mean, I'm excited and I'm involved in it, but the whole thing is it's really cool, like how bands and musicians are influenced from different generations, and every 10, 15, 20 years or whatever, like in the metal scene seems to recreate itself every 5 to 10 years kind of in different ways. And there's the 2000 stuff, the 90s stuff, it's just easy to categorize it that way. But it's kind of interesting, cool, or interesting now and cool, like meeting people that are like 30 or like 10 years younger than me or whatever, and that and different stuff. So like and Alex is an insane guitar player, and with the new Odious stuff that we have talked about that, Dennis has heard some of this stuff, and so Alex is playing guitar and all that and recording it, and he's been mixing my drums and all that. So that's Alex is an insane engineer. So that's, and he recorded Ominous Ruin also. So when you listen to that, you'll know. But anyways, I wanted to ask you, Alex, like what are there certain songs of yours from Spawn of Possession that really influenced you and stuff, and also with Incurso, and because that's the topic, but just you're playing, and like I'm sure that because before we've talked about Spawn, me and Alex, a lot of times, like, and I know that he's a huge fan, and so that's one of the, I know, right, exactly, but that's one of the reasons I asked him to come on today, because I was like, dude, I know that Alex is gonna love talking to you about Spawn. And,
I mean, well, it's kind of crazy because I don't know if I've really even thought about, like, I mean, that was a huge part of like my childhood. Yeah, Justin, hell yeah, dude, I saw him at the show. Thank you. I mean, teenage years, formidable teenage years. I think I was in high school when like Cabinet and Noctambulate came out. So I was like, me and my homies were just ripping that shit, just driving around illegally without licenses. Just like, this is the shit. I can't. How the fuck does anybody even come up with this music? And I would say that off of I mean, the whole album is kind of like formidable to how I thought about music for a long time, because it was like super aggressive, but also catchy and groovy, and like just had every element just kind of thrown into one. But I think, I don't know, Scorched is a big one for me off an Octamulant that just kind of just pushed the limits of fucking everything. And I remember watching your interview, and you were just like, I don't know how the hell I'm going to play this, but like I'm just going to go through it and power through. But I'm trying to think of Hidden in Flesh. Everyone keeps saying, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say this, but everyone keeps saying that we should cover Hidden in Flesh. And I'm like, that would be sick. The tabs for some reason don't seem to make sense to me, but whatever. I could figure it out. A Present Inexplicable. That's probably like one of my all-time favorites.
Wow, cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, just because it's like it starts off super catchy and then gets super aggressive and then goes back to catchy, and it's like, it's sick. And if we're talking about Incurso, it's like I said earlier, I was waking up to the apparition for a while. Just sounds like I'm a vampire. Like as the light starts to shine or go down, I guess it would be like it was sick. I mean, the whole album just kind of defines everything. I feel like when I first started listening to death metal in general, it was more just like brutal stuff, right? So you had, or I mean, you had like we're just talking about Deicide, Morbid Angel, things like that. Gorguts pushed the limits, but I didn't really get into them, and I didn't really find about them until like, I don't know, years down the road.
Mm-hmm.
But so some of the first shit that I heard that was kind of more melodic and had more just, I guess, guitar influence, things that like where the guitar would stand out and actually do riffs that were super influential and just actually became a like its own sort of thing, not just like just more like audible notes. So it was Spawn of Possession, that was the thing, and Necrophag just obviously, and I think people still talk about him all the time for that reason, and it's just crazy. It's crazy to actually like sit here and talk to you guys, and joining Odious Mortem was a whole nother deal for me too, that I was like, it's something that I kind of never would have imagined to like even happen, or that would have even been possible. Was just another band that I listened to. What Cryptic Implosion came out around like 2006, 2007?
Yeah, 7.
Somewhere around there.
April.
Just another album that became an all-time favorite, and Severed Savior, of course, Decrepit Birth and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess like we kind of are like sort of the next generation, and my whole band fucking obviously loves Spawn of Possession, Odious Mortem, Severed Savior. This is kind of the same shit. We all just like kind of look up to that era of music, and yeah, of course, man. And then I'm sure like you guys had the other era that, I mean, we still like all that old stuff too. I mean, it's not like that was that far off.
No.
I'm kind of curious as to like the next generation of music. What are they going to listen to in the next generation of metal? Like, what are they going to refer back to? It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and also like how far will they take it, like the next step?
Yeah,
like I remember like when we like early on when we were playing, this is way back, like in the 90s, like me and Carlson, the original guitar player who played on Cabin and like Tamlin, we would like produce, and he would say like, man, imagine like in 10 years where the genre will go. Imagine in 20 years. Like, he'd love to fantasize about that. It's going to be so sick. But it's hard to grasp that. It's like you can't go any more sick than what's going on right now. You can't do more than this. And obviously bands were pushing it, and drummers, guitar players, and bass players, like everybody got more crazy with everything.
Totally. And then you get bands like Ophidia and I that just, I don't know, just sound like robots because they're so fast.
Yeah,
that's a compliment, not an insult.
Oh hell yeah! No, we were talking about that last night, dude. We were just talking with Dreamer and stuff, and those guys. And that song "Unfurling" is like 300 beats a minute or whatever. And dude, that's it. It's like it's so good though for that. It's hard to pull that off. Like Origin and bands do that shit too, but dang, like they pull it off. It's just like, how do you fucking do that? God damn. But obviously. Yeah, but you were like that at the time, like with Spawn, and like when it was like scorched and shit. We're like, oh fuck, that's how it was, man. But it's, I think that like, okay, it's like exponential growth, or the whole like whatever the whole like, computer like thing, how that all works, whatever the name of that is. But that like exponential type of thing, like with music, like in growth. I feel like us old guys are like loving all the new stuff, and like we were talking to Kelly Schaefer from Atheist, like a couple weeks ago, and he was so like had such a cool perspective on all the genres and the eras of music and stuff, and he was just all like man, I put a clip up of it, but he's like, I really respect like all the new bands and all the new stuff. He's like, it's so different and crazy, and like it's all respect. It's not what we were doing the same way, but it's totally cool. But I was thinking, it's a funny thought, like what if just like music, like this style of music just got so fast and so insane that it just like disappeared or something, like it just like speed of light just gone. It's all, you reached like 666 beats a minute, all of a sudden the music just disappears. Or like or what if songs became so short that it was like you had to have this like upgraded, like you had to be born in like 2040 to even grasp like it could just like a 3-second song. She's like, and it's done. And you're like, you didn't hear that solo, you didn't and you were just like, what are you? It's just like scrambled to us because our brains like can't. Our software, like Anthony always says, like can't upgrade to that next level. Like we're stuck with our old motherboards in our brain. Like will not upgrade. Like the Intel chip can't handle the new RAM and
that's what
hard drive.
Yeah, Neuralink's gonna push us to the next level. And then
Neuralinks. Yeah, so we need, dude. We need to be. We need to be like, dude. That's the whole Blade Runner thing. Dennis knows, dude. He's got it down. Like, there's got to be some kind of hyper link, whatever you call it.
I think about it, and I thought about exactly what you're talking about. And what's interesting is that there's always going to be like a whole like a lot of bands sort of pushing in and go further, but there will only be like at best like a handful of bands that stays with it, or rather like that people pay attention to.
Yeah.
And then you have like, I mean, God knows how many times fucking we heard like ever since we started, I've been told by people like so like it's, why don't you like tone it down or go back and do like more like old school and stuff. People get stuck in the old school stuff, and I mean obviously when I'm talking about Deicide Legion, that's very old school.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't change the fact that I'm totally I totally support like bands moving forward, taking it to new heights and doing all this crazy shit, that before I hear it, it's unimaginable. I can't imagine where any band would take it to the next level.
Right.
And, there's a band and they're fucking doing it, and you go like, oh, I didn't see that coming. Like, that's crazy. What the fuck?
There's this band that did that, and they're called Spawn of Possession. 20 years ago, they basically did that to all of us. So,
right.
You should check them out. You should check them out, Dennis. You like them, dude. They're good.
It's so fun that because when we were playing it, it was like when we were doing Cabinet, like those tracks when we finally made the record, and I, like again, I'm like such a cynic. Like we put out the demos and we got this great response. Like people were writing us in bands and we traded and stuff. And we're like, oh my God, it's so great. And I always thought like, that's just bullshit. It's just, keeping good relations with new bands. It's cool with you. I was just so cynical about that whole thing. And then we put out Cabinet, and I remember Eric over at Unique Leader. He was like, before we talked on the phone, and he said, dude, you have a lot of pre-orders, man. It's gonna go great. And still I thought, he's just saying that because he has to say that. Like, there's not really anybody interested in what we're doing. I honestly, I really thought so. And then when we got over there and then we started touring and stuff, like I was proven wrong and he was totally right, it's so crazy to hear you guys talk about it and what it meant to you guys. Like I said this so many times before, it's insane. Like,
yeah, man, yeah.
We never had these conversations in the band ever. Like, oh, I wonder how much we can inspire.
Yeah, you talked about that's so crazy, huh? Isn't that weird? Yeah, like because I feel like some bands did have that conversation or might have had that conversation.
Isn't that kind of like what was Narcissist? Like if you
hell yeah, dude.
If that's your main goal, right? That's kind of fucked up.
So yeah, totally. But people are crazy. Like,
yeah,
people do all kinds. I'm just saying out of all the bands out there, I'm sure someone like was
right.
But
it's nice to know that like, and even for us, because even when like we're starting to get older, we're in our 30s now, and it's like that there's still people that are younger than us that are still getting into this type of music and still like trying to bring it alive, make it stay a thing, because it sounds like every so often you're just like, fuck, is this even worth it? You don't make money anyways, and like if we go on tour, is anybody gonna even show up? Like, so. But it's nice to know. It sounds like everyone's actually contributing, and new younger bands are coming out all the time and just kind of making it happen, keeping the scene alive, right?
Oh yeah, totally. And I also think that what's so cool about, if you look at like cultural things, like what's going on, like I guess on a global, certainly like in the West, is there's so much judgment involved, and
Yeah,
you know what I mean, like in
yeah,
the
totally.
all this identity politics and stuff. And for me, like metal altogether, and certainly like the stuff that we're talking about, is like, hey dude, how do you sound? What's That's all I care about. I couldn't care less about you, actually. I want to hear the record. That's all.
Yeah.
That's what's important here, like your art, your craft.
Mm-hmm.
I think we live in pretty superficial times, just generally, and in the bigger scope. So I'm so happy about that. Genres like this, and I'm sure like like jazz and stuff like that. It's, who cares? Like, it's all about the music. That's what matters, man. And we can get into whatever, like how it's played and the productions and like all those fun details, but at the end of the day, like, does it sound good? Yes. So fuck it. Do it. That's all I care about.
Yeah, and like you said, all the other details, as long as you're a cool ass dude, probably doesn't matter as much, right? I think, like at the end of the day, like you said, the music is most important. I don't know. We do live in some weird internet superficial times where everything just kind of, for some reason, it's like hypersensitive. Everything's hypersensitive right now. I mean, there's a lot going on in the world without getting too far into it, but it's, when I think back to when I was a kid and like the metal scene like accepted us for who we were because we were different, we were unique, and it didn't matter. Like, you kind of didn't really have to explain yourself in a weird way, So
That totally. Also, like I'm on this podcast because I was in Spawn of Possession. I'm not in this podcast because I'm famous.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like today you have people being famous, and I'm like, what have you done? Well, like what do you do? Like, show me. And they're like, they don't have anything. They're just fucking famous.
Yeah.
They showed what. No, I'm not going to get into it either. But you know what I mean? It's like, Instagram. I have like 100,000 followers.
Right.
Yeah. So what do you do? It's like, no. Are you Elon Musk, or like, you do? Like, no. I haven't done anything.
Yeah. It's just like I made a video that went viral. Like,
exactly. And it's like, I just have a problem respecting that. I really just can't get into that stuff. I really. The sad part is that a lot of people get into it, like all that shit, and I'm like, what, really? Like,
it's pop culture, right? It's kind of how it always worked.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe why we didn't gravitate toward it in the first place is because we wanted to always kind of have that, like you said earlier, the metal scene is unique for its own. I don't know. It's just different. We kind of, there's a romanticism about it being different, not something that everyone's into, not a whole pop scene. So
yeah, and I remember like I got into Sepultura, and at first glance it was like, oh, they're from Brazil. That's cool.
Yeah.
And that I didn't care about. I didn't think about Brazil after that. I was just like, music. You know what I mean? It's like, I remember I got into Bolt Thrower heavy, and all of a sudden I realized, oh shit, their bass player is a woman. She's a girl.
Right.
And it was like, hey, did you know this? That's pretty cool for 5 minutes, and then I didn't care more.
Yeah, right.
I cared. You look at a band like Suffocation, like, why would I care? It's all about the music. They write great music. I don't care about anything else. And that's, I think, now it's been so exploited and so talked about, and there's all these debates and these opinions and blah, blah, blah. And it's so detrimental to art, in my opinion. Shouldn't matter. Totally shouldn't matter. It's like, what do you bring it? Like, show me what you got. And that's all that matters to me, really. I couldn't care less.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree. It's just, if you put out a bad product, I don't know how it is you get famous, but it just seems like that's how it happens all the time. And just people are really good at marketing themselves or whatever. I don't know. So.
Yeah, totally.
But I would totally agree. I think my food is about to show up, so I'll be right back.
Sure, dude. Yeah. Got no sound, dude. Can't hear you, dude.
Oh shit, I was muted. I'm sorry. I was trying not to interrupt. Did you don't watch American football at all, do you?
No.
Okay. You didn't see the Super Bowl performance? The halftime show?
Oh, wait a minute.
It was like Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre and all that.
No.
Oh, it was so good.
I heard something, but I heard something about
I thought it was really cool.
there was a thing. Oh, was that good?
Yeah, it was dope.
Oh, cool, man.
I don't know why I brought it up, but yeah. Yeah. We were like, what's up?
No, I when I for some reason when I was when my daughter was born, when I was changing diapers, I always put on Still Dre, and
Oh, sick.
on my like that, and then I would change her diapers and stand there, and she would laugh like I don't know what. It's just
That's funny, dude.
diaper changing song, you know. Not
Yeah.
as no, we don't get American football over here.
Oh yeah. I was just randomly brought that up, but so like we have announced just on the as we're waiting for Alex to get back that we are gonna do the retromorphosis stuff. I don't know. Is there anything you can talk about that yet? Probably.
Yeah, sure. Well,
it's kind of a new thing where.
And Casey, again, like we're all super stoked that you joined in. Like,
oh yeah, I'm stoked too.
We're super happy about that. And so just to be clear, like it's going to be like it's myself and Jonas and Alan and you, Casey, and I'm so stoked about that, and Jonas for sure. There's just been a bunch of halts on the way. I got the fucking COVID thing. I was really in bad shape over that.
It sucks, man.
And put it this way, I wasn't the only one in retro that got it. So
for sure, yeah, everyone's getting it.
So things has just been halting. It's just been a thing. It's totally happening. Jonas has been negotiating with labels. I haven't spoken to him about that in a while, so I'm not sure what's happening, but it's totally happening. We're doing the retromorphosis. Rob, who did the guitar sound, or the thing on cabinet, he's gonna do it. Like we're gonna record down there for sure. I'm doing my vocals there 100%. So it's gonna happen. And like I said, like it's funny too. Like we touched on this with the difference between the Spawn Obsession records. Retro will be different. It will be a different kind of thing, and it will definitely not follow the tech death trend in terms of like playing clean and a bunch of edits, and it's going to be very brutal and dark and not uber fast. It's going in its own way. It's totally touching on the old school stuff, but with a very modern twist for sure. So I'm super excited about that. I spoke to Jonas about lyrical concepts, and he had one idea he told me, and I was just laughing out loud. It was hysterical. It's gonna be quite a sick record for sure. So we just got to get it organized, and I think everybody's pretty much ready to go ahead and do it. We just need to find it to sort of map out the dates and shit like that.
Nice. Yeah, I'm excited to work on it. Yeah, I've listened to all the tracks that you've sent me so far and all that, and working on that. But we just finished recording the new Odious Mortem stuff. So I did my first drum recording at my own studio, and I spent a lot of time getting that worked out. And so that was kind of actually like a largely because of wanting to be able to do this project with you guys. I was like, man, I got to figure out how to like make this sound sick, like, and everything. So Alex has done a crazy job, I think, with the drum recording, and super excited about it. And I can't wait to do further projects in the future and be able to do a lot more, because of logistically, I can just go to the studio and record myself, and it's insane. So I can't wait to just dive into that and write some sick shit and do whatever you guys want. I've gotten some cool suggestions from you, and I love how you're approaching it from a creatively different angle. Like you have a different thing you want to say. You know, you have like, oh, you have the specific vision on it, and I love that. That makes it fun for me. I'm like, I'm just cool. That sounds all cool, you know.
Yeah.
So,
like the little details, like I told you, like you know, the like skank beat when you wait a little snare, you know,
I know what you're saying. Yeah, you can explain it. I don't want to stop you from saying. Go ahead and say it.
No,
or if you want, or secret.
That's my you know, bread and butter. You know, that's like John and Dave Colrose and all those amazing drummers. They would do like they would, you know, and the same thing when doing like full bass.
Right.
Like Human is the perfect example. Of
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And even
the
if that
delayed skank kind of thing.
2 years old, it's like I can put it on today and just enjoy the hell out of it because. Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah.
That's an example of how a drummer writes, not a guitarist.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, sure.
Exactly.
For sure.
Right.
Yeah.
If it was a guitarist, it would be on the beginning, and they wouldn't see they wouldn't have that natural how it flows in. And it's like when people say like it's like what makes something sound like. I mean, like you know, if you just had a straight drum machine, obviously you can hear the sounds in it and stuff. But like when you hear a drummer play that and interpret like a drum machine's playing and do it like as a drummer would do it, you still can tell it's like a real drummer, you know? So like a lot of it is like a lot of guitarists think that like, I mean, people like Alex or Matt Sotelo or like people that are just, or Jonas that can probably write like really sick drums, but like a lot of guitarists that are just kind of starting, you're getting kind of learning how to do it. It's just like cut and paste, blast beat here, and starts at the one every time. Okay, this section's going to be this beat, and there might be like a roll going. It's very like cookie cutter, you know. As like drummers, it's like no, shit needs to flow and move into you. Like there just need to be like you're coming in on beat 2 or later, and you're accenting this because you're a drummer. You know?
And also, like, one thing I've noticed with a bunch of guitar players writing is that they make the drums follow the guitar. And I don't think in my mind it's like no. The guitar, the drums are the foundation of the whole thing, and the guitar should follow the drums. But if you're playing like tech death or whatever, like they should definitely hook up. You know, they should meet, go like that.
Think of like, okay, you got like Frodo and Sam, right? And that's like the guitarist and the drummer. And then like Frodo's like, I write all the drums, like follow me every path I go, right? So they're going together, right? Together, and then the whole thing is that, and that's cool, you know. But what if like you got like the drummer who's like, no, actually come over here. We gotta like change paths. Like actually come over this way. Let's go this way. Then you're like, oh shit, okay, over here, you know.
Yeah.
So it's like having sometimes music's a little more interesting, like with like that influence. I mean, I don't know. All of music's good. It's not like one's better than the other. It's just like it's like when you hear like you talked about Human, like it's like Sean's drumming on that is so perfect and so just one of the best albums ever, like in metal. It's so human though. I know it's a stupid pun, but it's like so insanely mechanical. It's like almost like human and it's like perfectly fast and tight and like cybernetic, like, but it's also got soul. It's like so much soul. It's just crazy. I don't know how drummers, and I feel like that's the thing too. Like when I listen to like Cabinet, Noctambulin, Incurso, any Spawn album, but like when I think of old stuff, like, and I go back in the day, as I think 20 years ago, whatever, like that shit has soul. Like Cabinet has like fucking, it's like, dude, or like Pearson Within, you would talk about albums like that, or, you know, all that stuff has so much soul to it. It's like, God damn, it's so deep, like or even Epitaph, like all that stuff that came in. So I don't know, I just feel like, I don't know, it's like super cool. Like it's like an element of the music, you know. But you know, blabbing.
There's a riff from Pearson Within that pops into my head constantly. It has done so since I heard it. I don't know. I can't get it out of my head.
Oh, look who's on the chat, dude.
What was that?
Can you read that? We got Erlin, bass player. Our old friend Erlin. I toured with him back in 2006 when he was in Vile, and I was doing Odious and Decrepit on the first tour we did. The first tour I ever did Bloodletting 5, and Erlen was playing with Vile. So we've been friends quite a long time. When we heard that later that he joined Spawn, we were like, of course, dude. Erlen's insane. Like
Erlen is completely insane to the point on Incurso. We listened to the bass tracks and it was like, this is a bass song. This is not a song anymore. This is like, dude, that dude, he's like, first of all, he's like the nicest, one of the coolest.
Oh yeah, he's so nice. Yeah,
cool. He drinks me on the table. I gotta say, like, and I can drink, but that dude. But in terms of playing, I remember on the last tour we did, and Erlen played it, and I don't know if it was Erlen actually who recorded it. Someone recorded it with some, like had the line and get it to separate instruments. And we listened back to it, and I thought, well, the vocals kind of shitty with this and that. I found all the mistakes and drums and the guitars and stuff, but Erlen was like flawless. Like Erlen just nailed it. I just remember that. I was like, what? He fucking
sounds like Erlen.
He was really drunk last night, but he just played it. It was insane. But just to comment on Erlen's comment, always use 3 fingers. Yes, he is very, very right. But I am, if you want to go full Steve Harris, you got to do 2 fingers. And
controversy.
You get it's what it is, man. And I hate Steve Harris for that, but you got to do it, and it's fucking painful. And I know it's stupid. I don't know how Steve does it. Like there's a cam, like someone shot Steve Harris playing. It's on YouTube. He's doing "Run to the Hills," which is one of the fastest songs they have. The fastest song. It's like on the record. It's
pretty. Yeah.
But on the live, it's way faster.
Oh yeah, so
yeah, and he doesn't alternate.
That horse is galloping pretty fast at that point. Yeah. It's like giddy up cowboy.
Just a silly detail. It's not really a gallop because a horse doesn't have 3 legs. It's a fake. It's just
some horses do, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure. but Steve doesn't. He doesn't alternate, which you would imagine him to do. Like he go like dun da da dun da da dun da da dun da da dun. He doesn't do that. He starts with the index finger on each one. So you go dun 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 dun. He's like tugging away with the long, and it's just a crazy technique. And I busted my arm doing it.
So he's like blast beating with his first finger. Like but then the second one's like, it's like 1 footing.
Yeah.
But like the left is like off, like doing the 16ths, but the 1 foot's doing the 8ths constantly. So his first finger is like that, right? So his first finger is like his right foot. If you're a right foot drummer, 1 foot blasting, and is that kind of like that you're saying? But he's doing right left, right left. But like 1 1 2 1 1 2.
And the last song
crazy.
that I played full speed, like record speed, was The Evil That Men Do. And we just played. Me and my buddy just played over and over, like dun, 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 dun,
Yeah.
And I woke up and my arm was like, I couldn't move my fingers or anything.
Damn, dude.
I know. Erlen is 100% right, but I'm just nerdy about Steve Harris. So that's it. I can't argue because Erlen, like the stuff he did on. I knew he was going to be sick because we toured with Erlen like back in 2004. And I seen him play. I mean, the dude is like so gifted and so talented. It's ridiculous. And then I knew he was going to do it in Curso. And when we got the bass tracks in, we were just laughing in the studio. Just remember we were smiling and like, oh my god, this is because Nick had a complete different. I think he had a very different approach. He played with a pick, and he was more. He was more respectful. Not respectful is not the right word, but he was like following the riffs a bit more.
Sure.
And then here comes Erlen, and he just went off like totally. And I'm sure Jonas was involved in that too. So those guys, they cooked up this thing that, and if like Incurso, when I listen to Incurso, I sometimes I choose what instrument, what I want to listen to. So sometimes I try to shut off. I've become pretty good at that. I can shut off like everything and I just listen to the bass or you should listen to, the drums or the guitars or the vocals.
Mm-hmm.
And the bass is just, there's so much going on. It's ridiculous, I mean, we talk about like albums standing the test of time. You could just take the bass tracks from that album alone, and you would still have, there's so many things going on. You could listen to that forever and find new stuff going on just on the bass.
What if in the future bands on purpose released albums where you could actually, like they did it on purpose, you could like, solo tracks and stuff, like they're just like, that's part of what we want. Like that's the new thing. Like you could just solo whatever you want in the song.
Well,
or like sections at least, maybe,
one of the things that I when I
right?
created stuff on bass was someone extracted files from a live DVD.
Mm-hmm.
So they could take out the bass and take out the drums. I don't know how that shit works when they process a DVD, but someone took it in and ripped it and found the separate files.
Alex, do you know anything about that technology?
That works, but
I've never tried to rip a DVD though, so I don't know.
But I mean, like, how apps and stuff, they have those apps that'll like separate the tracks from pre-recorded stuff. Which
that's
software.
That's just like trying to take out like the middle of like if you try to isolate vocals, it'll try to take out the sides. It's like mid-side technique, and it tries to cancel
that's how it works.
Things, and then like you can also do the opposite, where you can try to get the sides and cancel out the middle, so you can just hear the guitars. It's not very it's not very intuitive, but it helps, right?
Well, this was just to figure out the notes he was playing,
right?
So I hear like the bass lines clearly, even if it was a live environment, but still. But Casey, you make a perfect point, and this was something we talked about like way back when we started. Like, imagine if we could get, like an isolated track with the tabs for, whatever we were listening to at the time. There was so much great stuff happening, but at the same time, it was so hard to figure out because so much shit is going on, and I think that's the cool thing about that's the easy part of a drummer, because a drummer can most of the time figure out pretty much what's going on. It's a different story to play it, but you can kind of figure out, with exceptions like Gene Hoglan with Death or something, where what is he doing? He's like totally crazy. But in guitar wise, bass, certainly bass wise, it's really hard to figure out what's going on. Like, what exactly is he doing on the bass? So
it's even hard, like on different styles of music too. Like trying to figure out like some 70s rock thing, or like what, like is that the kick drum or is that the bass? Like I can't. What's that? Or like some stuff like different genres, and But yeah, I mean like I think to me, I just had a thought there'd probably be like a copyright nightmare though, because like they copyright the recording, and they're like, all right, dude, that soloed bass track like is copyrighted because it's from a copyrighted recording. Like, do they have algorithms that like can tell the bass track is the copyrighted bass track? Or like, I mean, it's just weird. It's crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, but there's a side of me that says that maybe it's the best to leave it alone, because it also helps create the magic that you'll never know. Like, you don't know exactly what's going on. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
no, that is true. That's a good point. Yeah, like that.
And kind of like go like, like I said, like I'm a big movie fan, and I know I've watched so many documentaries about effects and stuff. Mm-hmm. Some of I leave alone. I was like, I get blown away by it. I'm not talking about CG and that stuff. I'm talking about like the camera. Dude. It's like, I don't really want to know how they did. I want to think about it. Like a magic trick, like someone does a card trick, and it's like they can tell you how they did it, but it's kind of takes away the joy out of it,
I'm one of those people that gets super angry, like when a show ends on like HBO, then all the next thing's like, all right, and so this is us behind the scenes, like filming, and they're like flying on fucking wires, and there's like green screen. I'm like, I don't want to see that shit. Like, it ruins like the movie for me. Like, it's like, I don't care. Like, I mean, it was cool with Lord of the Rings because that was like ridiculous, and it was like, the dude, the Gollum, and jumping around. And okay, I want to see how they did that, but like every show, like I don't need to see the behind the. I mean, it's kind of cool if you're into that, but for me personally, I'm like, dude, I want to like live in fantasy. Like, I just watched a show.
Keep the illusion.
Like, just fool me. I want to be fooled, dude. Like I want to be entertained and fooled. Like Terminator 2 was the first one that really, I mean, I wasn't, old enough to like be all like, whoa, Star Wars, like, my parents and stuff in the 70s. But like to me, Terminator 2 was like that movie that like, I don't know, I was like 8 years old. My dad took me to see it in the theaters. And I remember like it started and it was just like, I was like, oh shit. And then the foot comes down and crushes the skull like all loud. And I was like, oh, fuck. Like, it was like the most sickest day. I was just like, and I remember he like took me to get like a haircut, and I got like a flat top spike like haircut, like Arnold kind of, and I was just like, dude, I am the coolest 8-year-old in the world. Like, like, it's like, yeah. Anyways, but dude, fuck yeah, dude. So people obviously are asking a lot just about, I mean, I've got some cool questions. I should kind of roll back here. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, you got a gun? You gotta go?
I take a piss.
Oh, like, dude, take a piss. Go for it, dude. No worries.
Like,
you know how we roll here, dude. Dude,
9 beers.
do your thing. Nah, just yeah, exactly. Yeah, dude. Go for it, Dennis. I'll talk to Alex for 2 seconds, man. It's all good, dude. Just chill. Yeah, buddy. So yeah, man, how's it going?
I know if Erling Casperson is still on, my bass player Mitch, I mean, I'm a huge fan too, but my bass player Mitch takes a fuckload of influence off of you. So hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, dude, Erlen's the shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember because we did that tour with him. I don't know if you're still here, Erlen, but in the we were talking about the Bloodletting 5, 2006, and then I didn't see him again until we were in Europe, and it was like Decrepit was in Europe in 2008, the only time I went, and we're like in I think we were in Holland, I'm pretty sure. I think it's where it was. And it was like the Neurotic Death Fest or something we were doing. I think that's what that was. Anyways, and we're like cruising down the street, and then we see like somebody walking like on the other side of the street. This is huge like intersection, like of I don't know how many lanes it seemed like. And then see over there, and it's Erlen. He's like, "Hey guys," and we're like, "What's up, dude?" Oh no! And he like runs over across the whole street, like crossing the whole intersection. We're like, "Dude, we haven't seen you in years,"
Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, Erlen's awesome.
Small world.
Also, he was in that band Blood Red Throne and stuff, and he's done a lot of stuff. He's a great bass player. If you guys don't know Erlen Casperson, obviously from Spawn, because we're here talking about Spawn, but if for some reason you don't know who that is, check out his videos.
You should. What all have you announced about the Odious album, if you're allowed to say?
Oh, just yeah, that we did it.
We did it.
Yeah, and Carrie and Alex are on guitar. And that's all that we've divulged so far.
Sweet.
But yeah, man. Here we are chilling on a Spawn of Possession album review party. Dennis is currently in the restroom. If you just tuned in, we are chilling. You know what? I kind of want to listen to a little more. Let's listen to some.
Yeah, we should. It's not how I expected to spend my Saturday.
I know, right? It's pretty cool. You just kind of popped in here.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm actually waiting for my vocalist Adam to show up to my house. I don't know when he's ever going to get here, but he lives in Davis, so he's a couple hours away. But
Nice.
At some point, we're supposed to do some scratch vocals. We got a mic. Do the thing. There you go.
This is Man, I could listen to this all day. It's so good. So we are back. Back with Dennis here. Just listen to some more of Incurso. This is the 10-year anniversary extravagant party, 5,000 for Incurso. How's it going?
The mix is kind of what stands out. Well, I mean, not the only thing. Obviously, everything stands out, but like we're talking about something that's going to hold up over time. It's just like,
fuck yeah, dude.
And also like something that defined kind of like the rest
great.
of tech metal for sure. Is just like
Yep.
striving for like tone and clarity and making sure that everything sounds like, I don't know, audible, sick. You know, definitely has a huge influence on how I like wanted to go about producing shit. You know,
That's really interesting. Like when you mention it, the way you say, because in the studio it's so in the moment, man. It's like every time we go in, it's like we're not sure. And I speak to the producer. And it's like, what kind of guitar and what tone you want, like this and that, the drums,
right.
and we just fucking we do it, and we put it up, and then in the mix, there's always like arguments on.
Yeah.
Like certainly the levels, guitar louder, guitar louder, bass.
Right.
Damn bass players. Just kidding. They should be loud. I was just kidding. I support bass players being heard in the mix. Keep going. Sorry.
Oh, for sure. But at the end of the day, it's really like it's a feeling thing. Like we listen to, we go like, well, maybe more distortion or whatever it may be, and never have like, I mean, thank you so much for the great compliment, Alex. I mean, that's amazing that you sort of look at it and you think about it, because
Totally.
it's so much in the moment. We don't think about, will this hold up forever or anything, It's not like we're here now and this is how do we want this to sound when we put it out. It's basically that,
Yeah, for sure. I have a question. Were the guitars reamped at all, or did you guys just track them straight through an amp and record them?
Oh, that's a great question. We didn't reamp for let me think. You know what? Spontaneously, I want to say that we have not reamped the guitars on any record.
Oh wow,
No,
that's impressive.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's all live recorded, like straight through an amp, like amping up. I know that because since when we did Incurso, I remember I was in the booth with the microphones, like, and I had headphones on. He was like, a little to the left, a little to the right. I was like, you know, and let me think. I got to think, like in Octambulant, where were we? I'm pretty sure we did the same thing, and Jonas was in a different studio recording his guitar for Incurso. I can't swear on it. I don't know for sure, but something tells me that they put up the amps. And what we did was basically we had since you're a producer engineer guy, I know we had the amp, and then we had like two cabinets, like two big cabinets, like in a V position.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure we had it, and then we moved around the mics till we found what everybody thought was a nice kind of guitar thing.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure we actually recorded the guitars in Incurso the same way.
Really?
They lined it, yeah.
It's funny because I mean I think maybe we're just so non-committal now because everyone wants DI tracks, which is great because you can go back and adjust the tone if you need to, but it scares me just thinking that that's how you guys did it,
So, and I know for sure that when we recorded, I know that Noctambulant, that the bass was recorded with a big Ampeg bass rig.
Oh, sick.
Oh yeah, with a bunch of phones all over the, like, surgically placed, and it was like, don't touch. And someone would move a microphone like an inch or half an inch, it's a big deal, and kind of thing. But speaking of bass, I just gotta say, like, if Erlen is still watching, dude, it would be awesome if you want to come online and say hello. I just needed to say that. I thought about that when I was taking it.
I sent him the link, and I sent Jonas the link too.
Oh, cool. I did too.
Because I wasn't. I know you were using your phone, so I didn't know if you had access to. So I went ahead anyways because we just so last minute. Dude, we literally, Dennis and I decided to do this and went online and had it all going in 90 minutes.
Oh yeah.
So it's a little crazy today. And Alex, just fucking so glad you're here. Jumped on. It's been awesome. So that worked out great because the other guys are just so busy today, and I was like, dude, we should do it. And then so this is awesome. So we've had this idea for a while with the podcast of having like guest hosts and stuff. But we're usually usually doing it on Thursdays and stuff, and we've wanted to do this album review thing for like a long time, like I was saying at the beginning of the podcast. And dude, this is the perfect fun way to do this. Like I love having this like topic of the album, and then like going off on other things, but coming back to like, this, it's a specific thing, and I think it's kind of fun to like talk about an album with the people that did it too, or at least someone from the album, kind of like, so like, what were your thoughts in recording that, and like, on that song, and stories pop up, and it's like you don't even probably like remember all the stories until like they hear that song, and you're like, oh yeah, dude, on that I remember, like I remember there is this one Decrepit song I had to record on Polarity, and I wanted to do the beat like a certain way on this one, like is like an instrumental thing, and I like is like the only way to do it is just to cross my arms like weird like that, and just do it, just this one beat, and it's just so awkward. I'm like, I better not do this live. It looks so stupid, but it was just like it worked perfect. I didn't want to move my cymbals around or like move the ride over here, I was like, we've already got it set up, but the beat worked perfectly like that, and I laughed. I was like joking, like, okay, I'll just do it like this, and then they're like, actually, could you record that? It's funny. So do you have any stories? Like you've told us stories before, like just not, I mean, I assume everybody like here knows all the stories from the podcast episode we did with you, but of course they don't. So like, like what about the story with the light stick or the short stick you used to do on the snare? Like what was that?
I actually had
interesting.
Another, well, it's not like a big story, but
yeah, I love that story though.
When I'll do that. But before
yeah.
we recorded the song that Joseph liked that he wanted to put on. What's it called? I think it's the fourth track. Fuck. It's the one about the guy who steals souls from people. Fuck.
Was that from Incurso?
Yeah. We played it. You played it.
Spiritual
earlier.
Deception? Was that it? Or Servitude of Souls?
Servitude of Souls. There you go.
Yeah.
So when I had, like, Jonas had it in some like Power Tab or something like that, and I sat with I went into some room, some booth. But usually I went to some booth that wasn't being used, so I had there was like no distraction. And I sat with my laptop and I was playing it over, and I was doing the lyrics.
Joel likes booths.
Yeah, and I had this awesome lyric. Like it was like I thought it was really cool. And I if you remember from the last podcast, I when I do like a verse and then do the chorus, and then when it's time for the next verse, I try to do it differently than the first one, but it's still super, like, it works with the music so well, so you don't think about it. I love that stuff. Like you really. I'm actually working on a song right now that I'm trying to do that. That's a different story. Anyway, so I'm doing this thing, and I put the whole thing together. I'm really excited to do it, and I'm starting to record. And Jonas is he's the type of guy that I mean, he doesn't care about people's feelings, at all, like really at all. So I'm standing there, I'm doing the vocals, I'm super excited, I'm like pushing in and everything, and then probably with the intern or something, and then I know Henrik helped me out with that also. And then Jonas comes in and was like, hey, listen to these vocals. Because, again, it was the same thing as old Spawn records. Like, when I did the vocals, no one had heard it with vocals. They didn't know what the arrangements were going to be. And he hears it, and he looks at me and goes like, there's a fucking solo there. And I had no idea, because the file with the solo was on mute when I was playing it back on the laptop. So I was like, oh
no.
What are you going to do? Like, sing on the solo? I was like,
stepped on his toes, dude.
So I had to, like, oh, fuck. I had to because it didn't make sense. A whole verse I had to cut out. So I had to, like,
yeah,
fuck.
for sure.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, oh.
And you're bummed because you're like, that was all sick.
Yeah, I was super stoked. And in my
like,
verse, chorus. But Jonas was like, no. It's verse, chorus, solo. And then there's another thing coming,
Damn, those solos, dude, I tell you.
Yeah, and it was the way he said, what you sing there? Like, well, what do you mean? It's like, there's solo. It's like, no solo. It's like, yeah, there's solo. Check the file. What are you doing?
Check the file.
I'm so guilty of doing the same fucking thing. Why you don't do vocals over my solo? What the fuck? Sorry for guitarists everywhere. From guitarists.
It's like, you never ever move the solo. Never.
I wrote that for a reason.
Solo's the most important thing in the world. You never move the solo, bro. Come on.
Well, fucking solo, because he does a lot of wah-wah pedal, which is very unusual, I think, for someone. And he really, like, Christian rips into it.
Yeah, dude.
So it's okay. It's like, we mended that. But yeah, when we did, told you before, when we did Scourge, I warmed up, I was ready to go, and I remember the producer was like, well, we're going to need a whole day to do this one. It's going to be like blah, blah, blah. And I started playing it over and over. And we didn't record anything. I was just like playing it just to warm up, because it was very fast and all that. And then, like I said, like, there was a bunch of drumsticks laying around. And during the whole recording of Noctambula, I would take different sticks and just try them out when I was warming up. And I found that little stick, and it wasn't a toy stick. Like I say, it was a real drumstick. It was just like, it was probably like this small, like a little longer than a pencil. It was like, but it was shaped like a drumstick, and then it was wood, like birch or something. And I was like, whoa, really? And I used it in my left hand for the snare, and I just remember I just felt it. I could do like my finger technique, like with it. It just worked. I remember I lost some power, just a little bit of power. But then again, when you play those speeds, it's like very hard. There's maybe a few drummers out there who can maintain it. In that type of speed, which I also realized later on, was a lot of people triggered the snare drum, and it was a lot of like, oh fuck, they trigger, because my snare wasn't triggered at all. That's a real live snare. But me personally, I would have loved to trigger my snare drum for that. Like I said, like, I don't care about that. So I don't have no prestige in that shit. So I use drumstick on my left hand when I record Scourged, and it wasn't like a big chop up party. It was I forget, but I fucking nailed most of that shit. I've had to practice that. And
Dude.
We couldn't practice it together very much because of a short time, but I could practice on my own. So I worked on that stuff, and it was a thing too. Like Jonas said, like, that song is, which is insane, for like, that song's pretty easy on the guitar, so you can go as fast as you want. You should remember that. Like that stuff, like, easy, like, really.
The
Compared
best
to
is like,
record,
the best is like when the drums are way harder than the guitar.
Yeah.
Like, you're like, God damn it. Like, that would happen just in certain, I don't want to say anything, just like a riff certain times in Decrepit, where they do like the heavy or like, and I'm just like, like trying so hard to like hit the speed, and they're just like, you bastards,
Yeah.
But, nah,
That's what I always found. You tapped into the whole blackmail thing, like blackmail, and they're like,
the drummer's like, yeah, exactly, totally.
Like, that's so unappreciative. Like, you work too. Everybody should work hard in this.
Yeah. But then there's like times where you're just blasting like for like a little, like when you get the split blast down, and especially if you're 2 foot and it just chilling, like it's awesome. You're just grooving, and the guitars are playing some insane fucked up shit, and you're just like yawning, like, so it goes back and forth, right? Like, I mean, honestly, I think drums, like, for me, like, I mean, I've tried playing the Odious. I write guitars in Odious, and I write like songs, and I've always, like, with Dan, and then now with these guys, but like, I like can't play that shit all the way through. Like, my brain can't, like, I'm so used to being a drummer that maybe if I had to, I would, but I can't. I can't do it. Like, I can do a song on drums, but like, it's like too much work to play that on guitar. It's like, how do you remember all those songs, like all the, like, or in any death metal band, like on guitar, like, how do you remember like all every riff and every part and every solo? I don't know. It's like, I can play like Maiden and shit, but I don't know, like, the whole song. That's the thing. Like, all that material. How do you remember all that? Like, it's just used to whatever you play, in the band. You just start to develop that ability, I guess. I don't know.
Casey, that's so interesting you bring that up, because I've been to my fair share of classical concerts, and especially when you have, piano voiced, like a concert with a piano, right? And then this Russian girl playing and just shredding. It's insane,
right?
And and they tour all over Europe, and all over the world doing this. Still, they have the notes. Like, when we never had notes on stage. I've never seen a tech band having like note stands. You know what I mean? And in my mind, it's like, I hear what you're saying, but I think it's just a matter of practice. You just do it.
No, for sure.
Learn that shit.
Well,
that's something that struck me with classical music. Like, they like that. I mean, obviously, if you're like a percussionist or something, and you have like like in 10 minutes in, like some shit like that, obviously,
oh yeah, I know all about that bullshit. Yeah, I did a bunch. Yeah, I mean, that dude, like, it's. When I was, so, when you go to, I finally finished school at, like, 2015, I finally went back to college, or I graduated, but I went to SF State, and studied music and got a degree in jazz drumming. It was awesome. I had a great time there. It's an awesome school. I love that place. I love everyone in that music department. But yeah, dude, you have concert hours. So you have to go to like X amount of hours, per week of concert at lunchtime. And so I would go to the, classical piano concerts and stuff, and they would have to do these entire, like, Mozart pieces and all this, but my favorite were like the Beethoven pieces, pretty much, like just these dramatic, insane pieces, all by memory, like no sheets, any of them. They couldn't have any written music at all. And these are like 10-minute fucking, like, you know, like doing like arpeggios, like, you know, like down the piano and just like, and they're all wearing like tuxedos and shit, you know. And I'm just sitting there just like, what the fuck, dude, you know. I mean, Bach pieces and all that, and they have to, and no written music though, because it was school. So they're like, they have to fucking, so like you walk by those practice rooms and they're just in there, just like, it's like Spawn of Possession songs all day long, you know, you know, it's all that shit. It's like, it's the same shit. Like they're basically death metal musicians, but like older than us. They're like OGs, dude.
Oh yeah, sure.
You know, classical musicians are hardcore. You know,
yeah, like Yngwie. That's what he got his stuff. Yeah, I mean, you can say whatever you can like him or not. I mean, he's not very liked in Sweden because he is the way he is, and he's.
Oh, really? Interesting. In Sweden, they're not.
He's treated like a clown over here. Like
really?
Oh yeah, it's so super sad.
I didn't know that.
I have to say that, like going back to the skank beat, like I said, like a lot of Swedish bands skank beat, in my opinion, it's just because they're fucking lazy. Like I know so many, trust me, so many bands and people, they're just lazy. And then we look, you know, across Atlantic, and you guys are just like going crazy with the double bass stuff and the blast beats and all that shit, and it's super impressive. But I mean, I've been in several conversations with skank beat drummers going like, you know, yeah, but they don't have the groove. Yeah, but this, yeah, but you don't practice. And that's why you play the same beat on every record. I've said that too. There's, I'm not going to name him, but there's one guy in Gothenburg, and he has recorded more albums than like I don't know how many, like totally like. And anytime he was on a record, it will be the same beat, the same fill. Now, not Phil's, Phil,
the one,
Phil, some Phil, some role he knew, and it, and he would not do the hanging snare, all that cool stuff. He would just like, and everyone hired him, and I remember I was hanging out, and this was in Gothenburg, obviously, and we were hanging out, and he started ripping on me. He had heard Spawn Possession like way back. And he was like, well, where's the dynamic? And I was like, dynamic? Are you kidding me? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, boring, like, and going back to Sean Ryan, like, that when he plays that, the few times he does, because he used the double bass so much, but when he does, like, what's the song? What starts with the drum roll with the kick on?
Oh yeah, I don't know the name, but yeah, for sure.
That skank beat alone is one of the most perfect skank beats I've ever heard of.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, for sure. It's like perfectly placed, and yeah,
and he goes into the double bass.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah.
It's like super laser beam tight, but when you listen to it, it's not super tight. It's human playing, you know. I mean, but I just can't relate to that way of playing, like that security. And in my opinion, is like, I mean, we've been ripped on by like Swedish bands more than any bands or people. Like seriously, in my opinion, like especially back, it was like always someone who's like, "Yeah, you're all the tech stuff," and shit. Yeah, that's because you're lazy, dude.
Yeah,
like you can play this. Just
interesting. That's a really good. Okay, so
I'm serious.
So in Sweden, they were like hard on Spawn of Possession, like the other metal bands. Is that what you're saying, or gave you like a hard time?
Some of them, yeah. Some of them are super cool. Go like, oh, you guys are insane.
Or like the scene. I mean, I shouldn't say bands, but like the scene or the fans, like, you know, all mixed together. Like do you feel like because you guys were so technical and so like you know, it's unique, right? You know, you didn't sound like all the other bands.
No, but in Sweden, there's this thing called the Jonty law, which is an unwritten law, which says that you shouldn't I get it. It basically says, don't, you're not better than anyone else. Don't even attempt. Like, like I listen to
Very
like,
not American
like,
stuff. Americans
perfect.
like, be the best, kick everyone's ass.
That's the American way.
Yeah, I know. It's bullshit sometimes, but sometimes it's funny and awesome. I don't know. It's crazy. We're insane.
Perfect sense. I saw this interview, this Swedish interview with Arnold Schwarzenegger when he was the governor. There was a Swedish reporter went over there and met him, and she said, "What's the biggest difference between American? Why do you love the U.S.? And what's the difference between Europe and U.S.?" And he said, "Okay, and this is actually very true in my opinion." He said, "If I go and get a real nice car, like a Ferrari or something, and I park it in the United States, people are going to say, 'Wow, that's a really nice car, dude. Like, that's an amazing car. Like, whoa, I'd love to have one of those.'" But if you park it in Europe, people will try to key it. Like, who the fuck do you think he is? They scratch it. That's the way he explained the biggest difference between Europe and the United States. And it's an exaggeration, but there's definitely some truth to that. Definitely. And that's why someone like Yngwie Malmsteen or, successful like that really, really does something that
Is that like, I mean, particular for Sweden, do you think, or like all of Europe, like in general? Like, I mean,
I don't know, not all over Europe,
it's
because
just different cultures, right? And countries like, England's probably different about that, and
yeah,
where they want, it's weird. That's so interesting. That's
yeah.
really interesting, dude.
In Greece, you have the bouzouki guitar, which is insane. You go to Spain, you have the flamenco guitar, which is insane.
Mhm.
You have different dances and different shit. It's like technical as shit. And
Right.
but Sweden, it's that sort of attitude that, don't. I mean, seriously, like I never speak about Spawn Obsession at work ever. Like,
Maybe that's why you guys are so insane and sick, because you've been kind of like taught to not be crazy over the top, and then you're just like naturally just like, we're gonna burst through. Like you're like the genetic anomaly, you're the mutation in that like idea. Seems like.
I was like, this is really interesting. Like, I was hanging out with a buddy of mine just the other night, and he used to hang out with Carlson after Carlson left Spawn, and they went out drinking like 3 nights a week, trying to pick up chicks and whatever. Like, but this is years ago, and they did this for like 3 or 4 years. And I just asked him, we were riding in his car, and I was like, "Dude, did Carlson ever mention Spawn?" Because before I said that, he has been asking me about touring, and, "Hey, dude, you toured and like you recorded and all that stuff." And I was like, yeah. And I said, "Dude, but you hung out with Carlson for all those years. Like, didn't he say anything?" It's like, never. Carlson never ever mentioned Spawn Obsession. Like, he didn't talk about anything of it. Like, he didn't mention it. It's almost to the point where he's like, he was probably not in that band. It's probably some other dude named Carlson. You know what I mean?
Do you guys
weird?
What if you just like never put out your album and like the world never knew?
Yeah.
It's such an interesting perspective. It's like the opposite of like okay, I'm not gonna say, but like say like another band that's like not thinking in that way. That's very opposite of like, and I'm not even saying like American band or whatever band. Like, it could be a European band, but like it's a very different approach as to like I mean, honestly, like most bands, I mean, it seems like are just like, we're gonna be the best. We're gonna kick everyone's ass. We love everybody, but we're gonna kick their ass, kind of thing, And that's like a healthy, I think, like fun, kind of like, sportsman, like,
It's that in Sweden.
attitude. It
Dude,
doesn't.
Dude, like the biggest, one of the biggest sports events in history is in soccer, in Swedish sports history. Okay, I'm gonna get a lot of shit from this. One of the biggest events was in 1994, and it was the soccer world championship of the fucking Olympics. What I don't know sports, and it was in the United States. I think that whole tournament, and Sweden got the bronze, and to this day, it's the greatest moment in Swedish football history. They got fucking bronze.
Yeah.
Silver or gold? No, they got bronze. Oh, dude, they're heroes. Heroes? What the fuck? They got the bronze. I'm serious.
That's
You
interesting. dude.
know how many fucking documentaries and memorables and all those soccer players, they do commercials and shit, and they got the bronze. And that's so anti-American, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Americans,
Oh, for sure.
you win or you're out.
Yeah.
Hyper
You-
competitive.
Gold or gutter.
yeah.
That's America. Yeah. It's like,
That's the thing about, like, relating back to the drum thing. Like, I spoke to another friend in the U.S. and he told me, like, man, God, because he had been traveled to Sweden, and he said, well, if you don't, because of our system here, like, if you don't, let's say I get fired tomorrow, there's definitely ways of supporting myself. Like, I will get money to support myself. That's how the system is built. So there's no pressure on me to succeed in a band financially. But
Right.
like, in America, if you want to be like successful as a musician, you got to totally go all the way. Like, you got to be the best. How else can you support yourself? You know what I mean?
David just murdered it, dude. If you ain't first, you're last. Ricky Bobby. Yep. Perfect. Keep going, dude.
Yeah. But that, I'm telling you, man.
That's right, Joel. That's right.
That
Log
guy.
on anytime, man. We love you.
Yeah, man. I miss Joel and Anthony also, man. They should,
I miss him. I've been missing him all day.
yeah.
But it's cool.
But sure, there is definitely cultural differences, and we were not very accepted. There was like a handful of bands in Sweden doing it, like an early incarnation of Eon was definitely happening. I forget what their name was at the time. That was before they became Eon, actually. There was this band from Stockholm called Incision that was pushing it. So there was a few bands here and there, like, spread out over Sweden, that was into the American style. It was another band. It sounded pretty much like the side, but that's, okay, they were pushing it. Like, so we were all like talking and trading and stuff like that. But I also think that maybe that's one of the reasons that Spawn Obsession has played, like, I don't know, we've done, like, in total, I'm sure we've done over 200 shows, and like we've done like 8 in Sweden or something like that, 9 maybe. There's a reason for that.
That's crazy.
It's the thing. I mean, I know, I forget who the guest was, but I've been listening a lot to your podcast, and you were talking about, like, if you don't make it locally, it's
Derek
hard.
Roddy. That was Derek Roddy.
Yeah, and that philosophy does not apply to Spawn Obsession, because we never played a show here ever, like, never played our hometown, because in our world.
Interesting, dude. Yeah.
No, but I mean, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying
No,
that,
not at all. Of course not. No, he's talking about, like, in the U.S. and different situations. But yeah, in your situation, that's very interesting that didn't.
Yeah,
was
it's
the
just
case, yeah.
Nobody would be interested. Nobody would be
Yeah.
impressed. Like one dude, maybe. That's it. So we never saw the point of playing it. We never been in local newspapers. Like, no local newspapers used to call
I
me.
mean, that's so crazy, because, like, for us, it's like, okay, like, we know of Swedish metal, of course, and, like, okay, so we're talking about Swedish death metal. We're like at the gates and shit. Like, we know this, okay, the Swedish sound, all the and we love all of that, of course. And then it's like we hear Spawn of Possession, and we're like, Swedish death metal. Oh shit, these guys are like brutal ass death metal on Unique Leader. Like, back in the, we heard you guys in the early 2000s, and we were like, it's like a Swedish band. So, like, of course, I'm also thinking of all the Swedish, like, the whole, like, scene. And it's just like, to me, like, or I just assumed, I don't know about my friends, but personally, I just assumed that everybody in Sweden was just like flipping out about Spawn of Possession. They're just like, dude, what the fuck? Like, obviously it's completely insane, but it's like, I don't think about that. Like, it's crazy that's not the case, or that, to us, I don't know. In our scene, like all the people that appreciate you guys, to us, it was like a no-brainer. Like, dude, if you guys came to California and did a run of shows, dude, you know how many people would come to see Spawn of Possession? Like, dude,
No.
you don't even know. Like, you're like huge over here. Like, I think, people, always talk, dude. You, like, when we had you on the podcast for the first time, we're friends already, and like, we loved talking to you, but it was just like, people were so stoked, dude. Like, that was one of the big, like, and I was like, like last year and stuff, it was huge for us, like, because we love Spawn, and we're friends, but also it was like, people were just like that. We got a lot of traction on that one. That was like a big deal,
Oh.
So it's interesting, how like bands are bigger in different areas, like, in Indonesia, like Discourage and Metal and all this. Like, it's like how in certain areas those bands are huge, but in, their home area, maybe not as big. But so it just depends on the situation, it's crazy,
Yeah. And I'm not gonna, harp on my home country, I like living here, don't get me wrong, but I always felt that, again, like Spawn Obsession, for good or bad, we were always in our own little pocket, like locally and regionally. Like, we didn't hang out, like we did later on, like, get in touch with a lot of bands, and there was a lot of parties and stuff, but that was more a band thing. Like, you're a legit band, okay, let's hang out. But we never talked about the music per se. When we were writing like Cabinet back in those days, we were just like in our own bubble, really. Totally, definitely locally, because we played at our house, at my house, and very few people even knew about our existence. And we actually went. I remember we went to a party, and someone put the first demo on. That was the only thing we had out. And the girl who lived there, who had invited us, flipped and was like, "Turn that shit off. What is that? Who listens to this shit?" And we were like, the entire band was sitting there like, "Yeah, you're right. Yeah, let's switch to fucking Britney Spears." I don't know. You know what I mean? So we never made a big deal. We never, like, and that's also connected to the whole local scene. Like, I'm sure I mentioned that last time, but I was always like totally, like, I had a huge problem with a lot of local musicians, because they were just douchebags. Rock stars, like, dude, the single's coming this fall, and oh my god, we're gonna break it big, and they brag. They constantly were talking about their fucking stupid music. It was just a rip off of fucking Ramones or something, and it was like, and they just kept going. It was like, dude, you don't understand. It's so amazing. It's gonna kick you in the ass. And I was like, yeah, you know what I do, dude? Yeah, he doesn't. I haven't told him. And
oh, dude, I love this.
And I mean, I remember going into a local club, a local pub or club or whatever, and fucking this dude, there's a dude, who's he's still a local rock star, and he's like, and he's got the cowboy hat on, and the cowboy hat is in fucking in crocodile, probably fake, with a tooth, and he's got a big long crocodile coat on, and he's got these two chicks, obviously minors, like, they're so impressed, and he's sitting out of that bar, and he's like this big rock star dude, and he's such a hero. And I just remember, like, almost pitying him, like, dude, like, and trust me, like, he hasn't done anything productive, like no one has heard anything this fucking idiot has done. And and listen, I support local bands. Don't get me wrong. If someone's like, I'm in a band, and fucking, dude, what can I do to help?
Yeah.
And if you be a douchebag, like a rock star with it, like, tell him, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna like you don't understand the next like we're the next thing like blah blah blah. I fucking cringe and I just yeah. Like I used to get into those arguments way back, but now I'm like, oh, cool, good for you, man, and good luck. And obviously, you're never gonna hear anything from him again ever. You know,
Right. It's like, get a job, dude. Don't quit your day job.
like with
I
Spawn.
know, dude. Seriously.
Like me and Jonas, we talked about that, and it's like we will never be lumped in with those fucking idiots.
Yeah.
That's why we didn't do like local media, like radio and stuff, because they called me constantly. They called me, dude, you guys went to the U.S. You got to come on and do a show or like be in the newspaper and stuff. And we're like, no, we're not sure, because in our world, it was like if we do that, we're gonna get lumped in with those guys.
Yeah.
Damn, that sucks.
Taking every band the same picture and saying the same fucking brick wall at the rehearsal place or the fucking down in the dock.
Dude.
Yeah, it's like no, we're not gonna
Yeah. No, we feel it.
be part of that team.
Yeah.
So we never played a show locally ever, and I'm in some weird way I'm pretty proud of that actually.
Yeah. It's impressive. I mean, just given,
how they treat it. Yeah.
Just given
sure.
the state of everything, I don't know. You kind of have to.
Yeah.
You have to start local. You know what I mean? But
Interesting. Totally different approach. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Dennis, is your camera? I think
Yeah. Well, my
you got a plug there, but
give me a second.
take your time. But let's take a little intermission. Intermission number 2. I'm gonna do that as well. We're gonna put on some music here for a second, guys, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna listen to a little. We got some. Sorry, clicked the wrong song.
probably got to take off here 5 or 10. So.
Oh no, dude, all good.
Yeah.
Feel free. Oh, yeah. Let me. Okay, we're gonna do. It's all good, dude. I'm gonna. Put a little music on here for Incurso. We're gonna do this one here. Deuce Advertat. Let me say that. All right. God damn.
Well,
It's sick.
I'll give you a small trivia on that one,
Yeah, dude.
like a drum trivia. If you remember in the middle, it's like there's a break with a drum roll.
Mhm.
Like
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's the first beat of King Diamond "Welcome Home."
Oh really?
Yeah,
They quoted the role kind of thing. Yeah, yeah. Sick.
well, Henrik recording it, but
Yeah. No, I love that.
because Munkin, the producer guy, he's the biggest King Diamond fan ever, and I suggested Henrik like in that break because Jonas had written some splashing, some pattern that was really cool. So what if we do it like do that King Diamond thing? So we spent a lot of time. We spent sometimes like Henrik. We knew how to do it. Like we knew how Mickey D does it on the record. It was just getting the right vibe, because that
Right, totally.
kind of feel, yeah, just silly details.
No, but it's just those again, those small details are like kind of what make it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's just without that attention to detail and that drive to make it sound like what it's supposed to be, it wouldn't be that. I got to take off. I got to go find my vocalist.
Nice. You said you're recording some tracks, the vocals.
I'm gonna try. It's gonna be interesting
For the ominous stuff.
Yeah, just like scratch tracks, and just gonna record it here.
Nice.
See how it turns out. But
for Ominous Ruin, everybody, just to say it again, just get the name out there. People might have not have heard this name because you guys put out your first album in 2021, right?
Yeah, it's been a year and a week.
What's the title of the album again?
Amidst Voices That Echo in Stone.
Right, that's right. Amidst Voices That Echo.
Super long.
Nice. No, I love it, dude. That's right. I forgot. I got the poster up behind my drum set. Sick. Like the flag poster is super sick, and I got the the T-shirt gave me. Nice.
Yeah,
man. I love that shit.
Casey, thanks for having me on, Dennis. It was super sick.
Yeah, dude.
Thanks so much for hanging out, man.
Hell yeah.
I'm sure we'll talk in the future for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And good.
Real quick, people were asking in the chat earlier, like, what are some new bands that I can check out that it's like the next level, kind of like after Spawn, like influence crazy shit. I just want to say it again. Check out Ophidian Eye from Iceland, and then Ominous Ruin, Alex's band, of course, like we just mentioned, from California. And thanks for coming on, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait. I definitely want to get out to Sweden, that area. That'd be so sick. Hell yeah.
You're welcome, man. You're welcome.
Cool. All right, gentlemen.
Nice.
Cool.
Yes, sir. So yeah, man. So enjoying the tracks there. That was pretty good. I could just sit here and listen to this shit, dude. It's so fucking awesome, this Incurso stuff. Like all this. I got on my headphones. But yeah. Dope. But yeah, Dennis, what time is it in your dude, it's 3:30 here, so it must be 12:30 there?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Awesome.
Yeah.
Sick, man. Yeah, well, I'm down to keep going if you want to. I invited others to come on, but
we can try to aim for a sort of running it up, but I'm in no rush, man, and I'm just scared that we're gonna bore the listeners,
Oh, man. We got a bad comment on this. I don't know what this person. Let's see. How do I? Oh, block user. Nice. Oh, I just figured this awesome thing out.
What was that? What was the
called
comment?
Block user. Oh, it was like a bad. I don't even want to read it. Nah. Anyways, but yeah. So, dude, let's talk about music more. So, Dennis, with this new shit. So we getting in this retromorphosis kind of realm, and so David asked earlier. About, I say David, the old guitarist from Odious Mortem, the original. He's been on this a bunch and commenting. A lot of fun. He's the one who asked you about Blade Runner and shit. My old friend, dude.
Oh,
One
cool.
of my
Yeah.
oldest homies, and went to high school together. All that. We started Odious Mortem together and shit. And so he's a great dude, old friends. And so we were talking about. He was asking about the like how is like Retromorphosis different like from Spawn of Possession. Like I know you kind of already touched on that, but like concept wise, like not just musically necessarily, but like lyric wise, or like any other things you want to say about it at all, or
I prefer to keep all that shit.
keep it secret for now.
Yeah, and
That's
it's
cool.
Yeah,
I dig it. I dig it. I was just curious because he asked, and that's
Yeah.
a good point. Yeah.
But it's a totally legit question. What in my mind, it's like when a band puts out a new record or something. I don't want to know anything about it when I get it. I really want to dig in and make my own sort of interpretations of it all. And to be truthful, I don't know about Retromorphosis in terms of like lyrical concepts. I mean, like I said,
It's sick though.
Jonas had a story. He told me that I thought it was hysterical, and he said, "Yeah, can we make a lyric of that?" I said, "Fuck yeah, like we can work that in for sure." But like it's too soon. I have the tracks, and I just haven't gotten into it. In terms of music, it's like I said, like if you're expecting Cabinet, Noctambulant, or Incurso, you probably again will be disappointed. This is a different kind of vibe. It's a different attitude. Years have gone by since Spawn was active.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to be disappointed, dude. I've heard.
I don't think either.
It's pretty
Maybe
cool.
I thought about it, and we touched on it a little bit earlier. Maybe
it's like if Spawn got together with Pete Sandoval and like did like I don't know, like I don't want to give it too much away, but I just think it's a different. It's so good, dude. That's not Spawn.
It might take a little bit more listening than what you're used to. Maybe, it's darker. It's down tuned even more. It's not in I don't know the tuning stuff it's not in B. It's further down the trough. So
damn, yeah.
Oh yeah, this is dark like.
And what I mean by the Sandoval reference is like the way that I've heard the backing tracks, like kind of the drumming is more like old morbid, like you described. Not that I can play like Pete Sandoval. I didn't mean that, but that style that it's in, or maybe it's not going to be at 300 beats a minute, but it's going to be solid as that. You're gonna that old school thing, and.
Yeah, it's not going to be. It's not.
That's not the goal of the project. Is to, right? Yeah, exactly.
More than ever, that Jonas is looking for a vibe.
Yeah.
On this one, it's going to be a certain vibe, a certain feeling to it. Yeah. So, we'll see what happens. It's just going to be. It's going to be interesting. I'm excited about it, and. As always with the lyrics, man, like anytime Jonas throws his riffs on the table and it's like, how am I going to do vocals? And he's like, well, it's the verse, and I'm like, well, it doesn't really sound like a verse in terms of the vocals. I don't know what the fuck to do, but some way, every time we end up, in a good place with it. Every time it works when we, actually when I sit down with it and talk about it and shit, and okay, I'll figure it out. Take some time. But it's gonna be sick, man. But I have to also mention, like, I have to say this, like, and I wish the other guys was on the podcast, but fucking, I'm sure they're listening, like, Anthony and Joseph and Joe and
Joel, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Because like when I was on the last time, at that time there was like everything was just stale, like everything was like in some sort of lingo.
Oh yeah, with COVID and stuff. Yeah, for sure.
But I gotta say, man, like you guys fucking boosted that shit. Like you guys made it like the day after I spoke to Henrik, I spoke to Rob, and I spoke to Jonas. The day after the pod, not talking about the podcast, talking about dude, like, what's happening, what's up, and everything, like Begotten and fucking Retromorphosis and everything. So that's when shit started to happen again. Like, and
It's
like
cool.
everyone was down. Like, yeah, and they saw the podcast, and perhaps they got a little vibe from like the stuff that you were talking about, like with cabinet and all that stuff. Like, yeah, man. And it's not like, and again, it's so interesting. Like, I never ever underestimated fans or took fans for granted. Like, none of us did.
Mhm.
But at the same time, it was always the attitude, like we're right. We can't, like, people say, look, write another cabinet. It's like, no, we're not going to listen to that. We're just going to do our thing. But the fact that the way you guys expressed the appreciation for what we've done was such a fucking boost, man. It was so warm, and I was like, dude, fuck. And of course, like, there's been pandemic, and my kids have been sick, and it was just like a billion of apologies, so like a billion of reasons for all that stuff. But we're not moving on. But retro is definitely happening. The Begotten album that we talked about that I'm doing, that I did with Henrik like more than 10 years ago, it's gonna happen. We're gonna fucking release that.
So cool, dude. So
Yeah,
down.
sure, a few people out there it's gonna enjoy it. It's very brutal. It's very unforgiving, in its style, and we'll take it from there. But it's definitely, stuff is gonna, the stuff, all that stuff's gonna happen for sure. It's just a matter of time.
It's so cool you say that because for us, like, we for us, it feels like we've just been waiting years to tell you that how we've been feeling about you guys as a band and everything, like, from 20 years ago,
Wow.
so for us, like, doing the podcast, like we started it kind of like just as a, obviously during COVID thing and stuff in 2020, but we were just like, like we kind of talked about that, like, like everyone did jokingly before it and all this stuff, and then we decided to go for it, and we had the Deeds episode first, so that was kind of a launching pad. We're like, we better get into it, we better take this seriously, we better do it. Then we just, after that, kept booking friends, and we're like, I guess we're doing this. But for us, like, getting you on the show and talking to you, even though I've talked to you like for years, like on, like, I think MySpace and like email and stuff back in the day, but I never met you in person or anything, and I've never seen Spawn. I missed that early Bloodletting tour, super regrettingly. I can't remember why I had to miss it, but I wish I had seen you guys back then. But we had talked, but I've never, like, until we did the podcast, I've never talked to you in person or like gotten to know you, like, or seen, like how we interact. It's different this way. And dude, it was kind of fun because it was just like, even though we've all kind of come from that same family, like we've all been on Unique Leader and like done, because like on Unique Leader, that was a family in a sense back then. In the 2000s, like that was a big deal for us and like for all the bands. And Unique Leader was kind of that, like Eric, rest in peace, and that whole, like, all those guys, Mike Hamilton and Jacoby and all the guys that just made it happen with that whole thing. And just, it was such a big deal for us. And we were like brothers, like with all the bands and everybody on that, but like, we didn't even know you guys personally, but it's like, we were still connected, And so, like, getting you on the podcast was so important to us. And like, because of your music, what it meant to us and everything. So everything that we said was just like stuff we've been wanting to say for years. And it was from the heart and like really important to us to like say that to you, And so it was really fun how that like meant something to you and that came about other shit,
Yeah, and
that's really cool.
There's a reason for that reaction too, on my part, because I told the story not too long ago to a friend of mine. Like, I remember we played, and this happened quite a bit. Like, we played a show in Milan. We were flown out there to play a festival, and it was a big deal, and we were direct support. I forget what band. It was a big band that that was headlining. I forget who it was, but we were on this festival. It was a big deal because we just started to get a name for ourselves. So they flew us out, they set us up, like everything was great. We got paid well and everything was nice. So when we get there, there's the promoter comes up to me and he goes, there's a big reporter kind of guy who wants to interview you and interview whoever. I go like, okay. So I'm like, okay. So we go to this bar or something. We sit on this balcony and the guy puts up like a recording device, whatever. It's like he put it on the table and it's like, I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions. Like, sure, go for it. Like, and then he goes like, okay, so tell me about the band. And then he looks away, takes up his phone, and I'm like, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, tell him I answered the question. And then he goes, oh, so talk about the new album. And then some chick comes by and he goes like, so speaking Italian to chick, not to listen to, not a single fucking answer I give. You know what I mean? And I've been in these situations so many times, and I do it. Like, it's still like good press, and I'm sure there's fans out there that wants to know these things. But so, and I'm not applying that to your podcast in any way, shape, or form.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But again, like, that's just my personality. I become cynical about these things.
Yeah, I get it, dude. Makes sense from what you're saying.
Hold the microphone to your face. We were in like Poland or something. And this
like,
dude,
oh, here we go. Yeah, no, for sure.
And then he's standing like that, like blah 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 blah. He talks to his friend.
Yeah.
When I bring him, and then he goes like, "Oh yeah. So how was the show tonight?" Blah blah blah. And he keeps going on in Polish. I think it was Poland. I don't know. Love Poland, you know. But it was like, I was so like, that's like, you even care about this shit? Like, do you know us?
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy.
Yeah,
for sure, man.
Came on and that's sort of stuff that I remember from back then. So when I came on the podcast, and you guys was just bleeding at like all this, giving us all these props and just being fucking so gracious about our music and yeah, you know, like all that stuff. It was like, it was a shock. And I said that last time when I was on. I was like, I was blown away by like all that, like Anthony was telling the story about he found a demo at Amoebas in San Francisco, and it's like, it was a big deal to him, and it's like $6 or something. It was like a big deal, and to me it's like, it's hard for me to digest that stuff. Really, it is, you know. But I'm super thankful for it. Again, like, you guys rule. Like,
yeah, oh thanks, man. But I think that's why we, you know, that's why we make art and do stuff, is that like when people like are like, oh dude, keep doing that, like I want to hear more of that, like it's really important to us. It's like gold, you know. Like to the average person, like they might see our music like, that's really good, I like your music, whatever. But like as an artist, to create something that like people are like sick, like that's fucking real, dude, good job, like fuck yeah, like it's just like, it's just like no better like compliment, like it's like super cool. So, you know, and I don't know, it's just like, that's so cool, man. And like, I just think that it's really important. We talk about the whole Cali death scene and all that, but whatever, it's just West Coast, like that's where we're from, so we talk about it from that angle. But like to us and all the bands in this, you know, entire like area or state or whatever, going all the way up in my experience in Southern California, and then of course, you know, Northern California, living in Santa Cruz and playing in Decrepit and San Francisco in that area, but I'm back in Southern California. But like all over the whole time, like we've always been super influenced by you guys and the bands in Necrophagus and all the different kind of bands from different areas and stuff. And like, but like Spawn of Possession to us has always been like kind of our favorite, you know, that we've talked about that, like, you know, we were saying on that episode. But I think that it's important that like the whole scene in California, like that whole Cali death scene and all, I mean, all that, any technical death metal band from this whole, I mean, dude, everybody's just like Spawn of, it's like we all love Spawn of Possession. Like there's no way you don't, if you're into that scene, like, because you guys are, and you're like the coolest too, like it's like in a different way, like you're like, I don't know, it's like everyone's like, oh, I mean, it's like, it's what's the best of that era and all that kind of thing. But like Joel says a lot, it's just like Spawn's the best and stuff. And I really do think like we were talking about like, and this might embarrass you, but we were talking about like our favorite albums of like different like decades. Like, what's the best death metal album of this decade? Like, just going from all the angles, like trying to just cut off all the fat. Like what? So like in the 90s, we're just like, I don't know, Pierced From Within is like the one I've always kind of chose, you know. But there's so many that are so great. I mean, like Domination. I mean, there's like 1,000 other albums that are like 0.01% like just as good as that one, you know. But like in the 2000s, like to me, Cabinet is the best death metal album in the 2000s. Like, but that's just me. I'm not saying, I mean, Epitaph is like 0.01, 0.9, like in like right there. But there's just something about Cabinet, and I love Noctambulant too, and I love obviously Incurso, but just because Incurso came out in 2012, so it's different.
Yeah.
So, but I'm just saying, I haven't even thought about the 2010s. I haven't even picked one yet. You know, could be Incurso actually. It probably is actually, dude. Honestly, I think it is. Like, if there was a death metal album in the 2010s, it'd probably be Incurso too. But I haven't even thought of it yet. It's too new for me. But yeah, definitely. I've already decided that and like chosen in my mind, like, yeah, like my favorite death metal album of the 2000s, of, you know, from 2000 to 2010 is Cabinet. So that's just me, but you know,
I mean,
but I'm just saying that I wouldn't even if there was another one that I felt, I would tell you honestly, I'd be like, nah, you guys are like my favorite, but this is my favorite. But like, it's, dude, I'm not even like saying that for any reason. It's true. So that's the crazy part. It's just what it is. You know?
So what can I say, man? It's like, I don't know.
So good. It's so good, dude. That's all there is to it. You deserve the credit, dude.
What
You know?
really makes me like super happy also, just not that fact, is that in like Cabinet, you know, was not the most extreme record. You know what I mean? It's not the fastest one. It's not. You had Dying Fetus. You had all these bands like.
Can you read that, Dennis, right there?
That was good old Justin A. Agreed to case of Cabinet changed.
There's some great comments for reading if you're an audio listener, but yeah, it says Cabinet changed the landscape of the death metal scene, and that is absolutely true, 100%. I think. You know.
Thank you, Justin. What can I say? I mean, but what I'm trying to say is that you know, we talk about like Pierced From Within. You know, you mentioned it, like it always comes up, and
Yeah.
I said, like one of the cool things about that is that it's not a very fast album.
Exactly. It's not the flash at all that makes it the best. That's the insane part.
And if we want to go,
I know, dude, it's insane, right?
Yeah, we talk about like every podcast episode of your podcast, like every time fucking you know, Sean gets mentioned and death, and
yeah,
every single time. Now think about something that I thought about. It's like the dude doesn't play a single blast beat on that record, and still he's regarded as one of the greatest death metal drummers of all time.
Mm-hmm.
That, I mean, to me, that's like, and I think Cabinet, again, like, it's not a ferocious. We talked about B-side Legion and that stuff. It's not a record like that. It's a completely different thing. You know, it's a completely different story. I mean, I'm not, you know what I mean? It's a different thing.
I know what you mean. Yeah. That's
like in my mind, like a lot of people would pick the most tech or the most like crazy drumming and shit, but you know, Cabinet. And again, I remember I said this on the last time I was on the podcast. Spawn, we never talked about the tech stuff. Like Jonas came with riffs and we would play it, and that was that. And yeah, it was tech, but it was, you know, maybe he had a master plan in his head. I seriously doubt it. But it was just about, you know, writing good music that's interesting and it's fun to play and that sounds good and great songs and blah blah blah, you know. And the fact that it reached like California and stuff like that was just amazing. Because again, I remember early it was like, who's going to be our audience? Not that we were like, okay, we got to find an audience. It wasn't like that, but it was like, who's going to listen to this? Because in Sweden, we felt like like I said, we knew the few bands, very few bands. I'm talking like 3 more bands that were like playing some sort of American style death metal. So in my mind, it was like, we got to break it in the US. And when Eric, again, like Eric, and he was like, he said, I fucking love you guys. I want to sign you. And even then I was like, oh, he's probably just saying that. And then he said, when he put it up, and I remember I called the unit leader office and listened to the answering machine, and it was Eric like, yeah, next, he said something like, on the release schedule, Spawn Obsession. And he said, it was the first time I heard someone say Spawn Obsession in American. And it was a big deal. And I played it on the speaker, like to everybody when we had practice, like, listen to the speaker. But then still, I was like, yeah, well, And then I spoke to Eric, and he said, yeah, there's a lot of guys out here that, waiting for the record. Like, it's going to do well, dude. I remember he said, it's going to do well.
Mhm.
And still, I was like, well, no, probably just saying that, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah.
So
Interesting.
again, I'm on the podcast, and you guys just tell me all these stories.
But I mean, like, so you've never heard of like Spawn, like the hype? Like, I mean, like, I'm just curious, like, have you heard of how, besides us, like, being so, I mean, obviously you've done tours and like, you've been into it, but like, I mean, like, dude, like from my angle and like, growing up and stuff, it was like you guys were one of the top, like I've been saying. So like, do you didn't feel that from your end? Is basically you were kind of just
Never.
feeling. That's crazy, dude. That's so trippy.
And even, I mean, on the early tours, there would be things coming up like, I'm pretty sure like, what's his name? Sean from Texas. He used to play with a drum machine. You know who that is?
Sean Whitaker.
Yeah, Sean.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, Insidious Discrepancy, right?
Super uber cool dude.
Yeah.
I bought a couple of guitars from him, actually, a couple of Jackson guitars. He's
Nice.
like super coolest dude, and I'm pretty sure he was in Texas. He was like, playing air guitar, watching, and just like getting into it.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I was like, I had such a tough time taking it. But I'm speaking for myself. I can't speak for the other dudes. But like I said, like Carlson, he didn't mention it. I'm pretty sure Nick doesn't. I'm pretty sure Joel. I'm pretty sure no one mentions it. That we're in this band, and it wasn't until we touched on that on last podcast when we did Incurso, and we sold out all these places, and it was really cool. And Obscura was the headliner, but at some point, someone in Obscura said, like, you have to take some credit for selling out some of these places, because there's a lot of Spawn Obsession fans here tonight. And like in London, we played in we went out to eat or something, and we came back, and there was a long line, like a long line. And to me, it was like, oh, they're here to see like all the other bands. In my mind, again, like being stupid, but then talking. Then they came up at the merch. I was at the merch booth a lot, and they came up, and like I said, like people crying and shit. So that's when it's sort of
right. You told us, yeah, that was, yeah. People just so stoked to see Spawn and just tears coming out, doing the live set and stuff in the audience, dude. That's fucking dope as shit. I love that shit, dude. That was like, dude, Dennis, I want to ask you real quick about just like, I have a concert moment that for me like was one of those moments where I probably did tear up a couple times.
Yeah.
For you, besides seeing that, which was just so sick and powerful, and you deserve that so much. Oh, sorry, there's some weather going on outside. I heard the door slam. like what concert for you? So I'll say mine first, and then I want to ask you what concert for you like is when it stands out, like a death metal concert that you were just like, oh my no. And so like for me, it was the one when Suffocation, like when they first came back after their hiatus, like, you know, in the 90s, and then I never got to see them and stuff, and then they came back, I don't know what year it was, 2002, 2003, something like that, or they were back before, but I saw this tour with Morbid Angel, and I went to see them, and I'd never seen them before, you know, so I like grew up with Suffocation in the high school, and I just never got to see him. And so I was like, oh my god, dude, I'm gonna see Suffocation. Like I was like so excited, dude. And like it was with Morbid Angel, you know. And my friend Dan from Odious, like we went to this we went to House of Blues at Disneyland.
Wow.
Like, and it was like, I think it was 2003, 2002, either year, or maybe 2000, I don't think it was 2004, maybe it was, but it was one of those years anyways. And you know, we're walking around Disneyland, like Goofy's Corner, like this whole thing. What the hell? Then it's Morbid Angel Suffocation show at House of Blues, right? You know, and we go in there, and like we thought we were like early, but it was like we're going in. I was just hanging out, and then he wanted to go to the bar and stuff, so he's like, I'm gonna go to the bar and get a drink. I'm like, cool, I'm just gonna hang out here. And then like right over here, like jin, like, and he's like over on the other side of the place, and we hear, and we're thinking it's like an opening band, you know, like cool. And all of a sudden the curtain open is just like Frank, like, all right, motherfuckers, fucking Frank. And we're just like, oh shit, we've never seen Suffocation before. Like we've just only heard them like for years, and just like it was the most trippy moment like ever. And he was like on the other side of the room, and I'm like, dude, get the fuck over here. What do you do? You know, it was just that moment. And then Morbid Angel played afterwards, and Pete Sandoval, and that was the only time I've seen him with Pete.
Wow.
You know, and dude, and it was like, so I mean, I've never actually seen him I've only seen Morbid Angel once. It's weird, but that was the only time. But
Well,
yeah.
What tour was that for? What album was
God,
that?
I don't know, dude. I mean, it must have been Souls to Deny tour for Suffo. It was like their first tour back after the hiatus. Yeah, and it was incredible. It was incredible, dude. It was like the most like sickest moment ever, like just. And then Dan was like, oh, I'm like, dude, get the fuck over here. What the hell? We're just like going up to the front of the stage, and it was just seeing Suffo. Like I've never seen him. Like that's the guy on all those albums I've been hearing for years, and Pearson Within. I've never fucking seen him, or I had met him yet, or obviously, you know, it was like I was like 19 or something. I don't know. And so it was just like so trippy, dude. It was like, so do you have any stories like that for shows and all, or?
Like I said, when we saw Morbid Angel on the Covenant tour, that was a defining.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
that one. Yeah.
Probably.
And you said Eric Rutan was playing guitar on that.
Oh,
and it was just like watching the riffs live, the way they were actually doing it was just, yeah.
He was fucking shredding Trey.
What's that live Morbid Angel one in Enchanted and Dark? What is that fucking one? Or what the hell is it called? Or Entangled in Chaos.
Yeah,
have you heard that? That's the live one, right? With Eric Rutan on it.
He was on that too, because he stayed on. He came in, like, as far as I know, like Covenant was a 3-piece.
Yeah.
And then they needed a fourth member. They needed another guitar player for the tour, so they hired Eric Rutan. He was in Ripping Corps, so he joined. And then when they went on and to do the next record, Eric stayed, and they made Domination.
Right.
And he left, and Vincent left. So, and then they got Steve Tucker, and then they made Formulas. Which
do you remember Entangled in Chaos, Dennis?
Oh yeah, sure.
That fucking lie. I was gonna put. I don't want to get in whatever we put music on, anyways. But who knows with Morbid? But yeah, that Entangled in Chaos, that live recording is like, that's one of the most badass death metal recordings of all time, and it's live.
Yeah.
And it's like, is it right after Dawn? It's like 96, I think.
Yeah.
It was so sick, dude.
Yeah, it was still when they had those members on, and then after that they went on to make Formulas. But in terms of live mode,
right.
That's super hard.
Rutan wasn't on Formulas though.
What was that?
Eric Rutan wasn't on Formulas though, right?
No.
But he was on the one after though, right? On Gateways. He was obviously on. Yeah.
he wrote one song which I personally think is one of the best songs.
Oh, the last song on Gateways.
Yeah. There's again, we talked about that earlier in this podcast.
That's right. Yeah.
He goes to blast with double bass, and he just doesn't let go. And they play for bar on bar and bar, and he just
opening the gates. You're talking about, yeah.
No, but it's the last song, Opening the Gates.
I don't know. I don't think so. No, the last song is the one that has that sick Rutan solo. It's like obviously Rutan, and it's like that last song on Gateways is like the dopest song ever.
And that's Eric Rutan's song. That's his only contribution.
I think that's his song, right?
What?
I think that's his song. That last song, right?
Yeah, that's the last song.
Yeah, fuck yeah, totally, dude.
but Opening the Gates is the one where Pete goes nuts with the double bass.
Right.
Exactly. It's in the middle of the track. See, But the last one, I forget what that one. It's called. I forget what it's. It's an easy Google, but that's again. I agree with you. It's probably my favorite out of the record is the one that Eric wrote. And interestingly, like it's the same thing with the first Hate Eternal record.
Oh, it's so great, dude.
That's Doug Cerrito song.
But that demo. So we were talking about that too. I was sending you that in our chat in Facebook. But that first Hate Eternal demo before, and we had Tim Young on here talking about it, was so dope. That demo, dude, and then that song. We were talking about that song that never got released, right? The Messiah of Rage. I forgot about that song. Like, so what? I think that Hate Eternal demo, that was recorded in '96, I think, wasn't it, or '97? Around, I think it was pretty early.
Angel on the. I'm pretty sure the Formulas tour, and Eric was on there as a touring member. Yeah. He wasn't on the album, but he was on the tour. And on the merch booth, they had taped the Hate Eternal, like so you could order it, and Eric would send it to you.
Oh shit! No way, really?
I spoke to Eric at the show, and I said, "Okay, so who's on this thing?" And he goes like, "Well, it's Alex Webster, it's Doug Cerrito." And I was like, "What?" And then he said Tim Young, and I said, "Who's Tim Young?" And he was like, "Well, he's the new Pete Sandoval." And I was like, "Whoa!" And it was just like crazy, and that record was insane.
I found it, yeah.
So, like, I'm pretty
97. It says 97, but that's just on the YouTube. It's probably 90. It's probably earlier. It's probably just some data now.
But I remember, like, it's so funny when I think about like on the tours we played, like Carlson, he would have that first Hate Eternal album on his shirt, like for the whole tour, and would have like Decrepit, like the Decrepit logo, because we did the trade with these guys, and everybody had
send each other shit, totally.
It's like who's gonna wear what, and Nick had Decrepit and some Vile, and I tried to switch it around, but who cares? I'm the drummer. He's gonna watch the drums, sure.
Totally.
But I just remember Carlson had the Hate Eternal shirt on because that, and there's a song on there that Cerrito wrote that's called, and I love all Eric Rutan stuff, don't get me wrong, but he had a song called Spiritual Holocaust.
Oh yeah, that was one of Cerrito's.
The drums, the fucking, I love that song.
That song's insane, yeah.
And you can totally hear the Sappho vibe in the riffing.
Yeah. But one song I wanted to say, just to say it again, is that song Messiah of Rage. So if you type in like Hate Eternal demo, it's like from '97. That song Messiah of Rage, I don't know where that song went, dude. I don't think it's on any album. I don't know. It's such a sick song to me. I don't know. So all the other songs I can recognize, from other albums and stuff. But that one, I don't know why I didn't go anywhere. But yeah, it's a really good song, I think. Yeah. I'd put it on, but this is in Incurso. But we'll talk. No reason to put it on. But yeah, man. Good stuff, buddy. Well, gone 4 hours, dude. It's been pretty awesome. Good shit, dude. I can keep going, but maybe we should wrap it up here. And I want to make sure I end this correctly. I'm trying to learn this new platform because Joel set it up and he's not here. But I guess yeah, totally, dude.
Anybody who's still listening, like I spoke to Jonas, going on the podcast, and he said he will definitely do it. He didn't want to do it right now,
Oh,
he
for
wanted
sure, dude. No worries. Whenever he's
a bit because I guess he wanted to have more, more to say about new stuff.
yeah. No,
Well,
dude, it makes sense. Totally.
yeah, but he definitely has more shit to say. I have to say that we're doing speaking about the anniversary, we're
Yeah.
doing with metal shit. What fuck, I forget what it's called. That's embarrassing. Well, I spoke to this guy, Metal Injection.
Oh, the metal injection? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they're doing this big thing, and
Nice, dude.
yeah, named Austin Weber. He's doing it. So if
Cool.
you're interested in more trivia about Incurso, for sure check it out. He writes a column for that. And Erlen has chipped in his take on it. Jonas has done it. I have done it, and I'm pretty
Nice.
sure he has too. So there's going to be, and I'm pretty sure like the producer actually added some notes to it. So if you want to know more about that, be on the lookout. I think, I forget the date of it. It's going to be right before the actual anniversary date, which is the 13th. This is like, it will be
Yeah.
released 10th or the 11th or something like that. But it's going to be a sick read for sure. Like, and he did the same thing with Crypt Up C for one of their records, like some anniversary, and it was a really good read. I highly recommend it.
Nice.
Even if you're not into like the band, it's just fun to read stuff like that, like trivia about the studio and whatever. So
Definitely.
doing that, for Incurso, and hopefully, like the plan is like we'll be back soon with Spawn guys on the Cali Death podcast, and
Definitely. Yeah.
we'll get into more shit.
Yeah, we've been talking about it behind the scenes, but we're ready for when you guys are ready. So we'll have you back on, and it sounds great. So thanks again, Dennis, for coming on, man. That was super fun. Did a nice 4 hours and 10 minutes. It was a pretty good marathon today on a nice Saturday for me. 4:11 p.m. and in Sweden it is what, 1:11 a.m. Nice. We'll get some rest, my friend. That was really fun, dude. Love you, Dennis.
Thank you.
Good
Love
times,
you too.
buddy.
Thanks.
And
Thanks for listening. That's awesome.
thanks for all the listeners. Thanks again for coming out, guys. And we'll see you again on the next episode next Thursday. And have a great weekend. Peace.
Yeah.